Well, good morning and welcome to City Hall. We're going to get started with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Ray Griffin is the pastor at Quail Springs Baptist Church. I'll ask him to lead us in the invocation. Afterwards, I'll ask Councilman James Greiner if he'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would everybody please stand?
Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity of a new day. I thank you for this group of leaders and pray that you would give them the wisdom that they need to lead our fine city. We thank you for those in our community that provide care, protection, and direction for our citizens. We do pray that you protect and provide for us, Lord. When we are in days of prosperity and blessing, or when difficulties arise, we pray that you would continue to help us to turn to you and look to you in all things. Your kingdom come and your will be done, we pray in the name of Jesus Christ the Lord. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have the honor today to have some of our proud firefighters in the room, and we are bringing them in this morning to announce that Oklahoma City has received a Save a Life award from a national organization. And Steve Barnett is here with the Save a Life Foundation. Steve, if you'll come up, like we got everybody separated. And let's just bring up all the firefighters, and I want you to acknowledge and notice, as I did, just how the physical shape of these young men as they come forward. I mean, this is an impressive group of people, and I'm not surprised that at the heroics that you're going to hear about here. But let me hand the microphone over to Steve Barnett, who travels the country and occasionally stops in at city halls and reminds the citizens of the everyday heroics that take place with our first responders. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What basically our Save a Life program is, I'm with a company called E.D. Bullard Company. Believe it or not, we invented a hard hat. We're a 116-year-old company. We're still family-owned. We're fifth generation, which is kind of unique in today's world. And we manufacture fire helmets and thermal imaging for the fire service. In 1998, they came up with a program called the Save a Life program. So if a firefighter, a crew, saves a life, what we do is we come out and recognize them and give them a plaque to show that they saved a life. Which, understanding it's a very important task, because that person may have just got married or may have just had kids or something like that. By these guys saving that guy's life, it changes all. If he would have passed away, it would have changed the whole dynamics of the whole thing. So that's what this is all about. This is saving a life is a very important thing. I'm going to pass it over to Chief Clay. He can tell you a little bit about the incidents real quick, and then we're going to present each one of them a little token of our appreciation.
Well, back in March 9th of this year, our Station 8 that's located in Packingtown on 1934 Exchange responded to a fire, and they were certain, kept getting reports from dispatch that they were certain someone was still in this structure. So when these guys showed up with their engine company and the rescue company, they knew that they were possibly going to have to get in there quick to make a difference. And they did. And it's something that they do every day. They did not, say, hey, we saved this guy's life or anything. I had to almost drag it out of them what happened. So they're very humble about doing this. They made entry. They split their crew up and did a search without the protection of a hand line. They had their engine company that was actually trying to suppress the fire, and there was very heavy fire involvement in the back of the structure. There was no visibility in there. It's not like the movies when you go in, your vision is obscured. So that's what they use these thermal imaging cameras for, is to see through the smoke. And we believe that these thermal imaging cameras makes it much easier for us to do our job, not get disoriented in the fire, and actually find people. This individual that they saved has recovered. He's, as far as I know, fully functioning, going about his daily life, but he was unconscious at a very low level of consciousness at best whenever they actually had to pick him up and bring him out of the structure.
Would they have found him without the imaging?
Well, the significance of this is they could have, we before thermal imaging, yes, we have search techniques, and they could have found the person, but in the situation that this was, he may not have survived. The smoke was so dense, and it has very toxic gases in it. Hydrogen cyanide is among one of those that used to be used in the gas chamber. If you understand that, there's only a certain level of that you can take into your lungs before you're going to expire. And so we truly believe that this would not have been successful if they couldn't have brought this individual out that quick. I mean, it was a 30 to 40 second get in there. They found him immediately. Like I said, 30 or 40 seconds in a structure you've never been in that was a little cluttered. Yeah. And so that's something that we truly believe the thermal imagers have helped us. Since March, and this year in May, all of our engine companies, our Chiefs cars, and our ladders have a thermal imager on there, and they do more than just help us search for victims. They also help us with our fire tactics, which we're leading the nation in a new fire tactic. So they're very a vital part of our organization now.
Appreciate it. Let's show our appreciation.
Present each firefighter with a little plaque, or little, I guess, a shadow box with a save a life in it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank every one of you guys for a great job.
And where are they stationed?
Station 8, which is, like I said, is located at 1934 Exchange. Everybody calls that packing town, so that station, there's an old station that's been there for over 100 years across the street. They don't run out of that anymore. There is a newer station that's across the street from there.
Well, congratulations and thank you for the work you do every day, but on this specific day particularly. And I think one of the reasons this is a good story to bring to the forefront of our community is that 2/3 of your general fund dollars go into public safety, and millions of dollars go into the equipment and the human resources and the training that these officers need when you never know when they're going to need it. But when they need it, they've got the equipment and the tools they need. And so this is a perfect opportunity for us to expose how those dollars are spent and at the same time draw attention to some of the bravest people in Oklahoma City. So let's show our appreciation one more time. Thanks for coming in here. We are entering September, and September is Senior Center Month in the city of Oklahoma City, and I see we have a lot of seniors who have joined us today. Jennifer Lindsay McClintock is here. I don't see. Oh, there she is, back there. Jennifer, come up and bring your group with you so we can expose the incredible senior centers that are available in Oklahoma City and see if we can't get more people out to take advantage of the opportunities. We have a proclamation. I'll ask the clerk to read it as we get settled.
Whereas older Americans are significant members of our society who invest their wisdom and experience to enrich the lives of younger generations. Whereas every day, some 11,400 senior centers across America serve more than 1 million older adults, offering an engaging array of opportunities to help them live more fulfilling lives. Whereas the City of Oklahoma City operates the Woodson Park Senior Activity Center located at 3401 South May Avenue and the Will Rogers Senior Activity Center located at 3501 Pat Murphy Drive. Whereas through an array of services, programs, and activities, Oklahoma City's senior centers empower older citizens to contribute to the health and well-being of themselves and others. Whereas Oklahoma City's senior centers also serve as catalysts for mobilizing the creativity, energy, vitality, and commitment of older residents. Whereas Oklahoma City's senior centers affirm the dignity, self-worth, and independence of older persons by facilitating their decisions and actions, tapping their experiences, skills, and knowledge, and enabling their continued contributions to the community. Whereas the National Council of Aging annually recognizes September as National Senior Center Month and has established senior centers experts at living well as a theme for this year's observance. Now, therefore, Mick Cornett, the mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of September 2014 as Senior Center Month in Oklahoma City.
Let's show our appreciation to the people that run our senior centers and the people that use them. Doug Paulson runs one of our senior centers. I'm going to give him the microphone, hopefully to send out a sales pitch to get more people to use our senior centers.
Yeah, very much. I mean, we're a wide age group. 55, which is probably most of us, up to, and Len just told me he's going to be 94 Monday. So most of them aren't there. So we serve a wide age group and a wide variety of activities. A lot of arts. Out front are paintings that these ladies and men did. So a lot of sculpture, painting, a lot of exercise that you do, that they do. Weight room, Tai Chi, yoga, dancing. They gather for social. We provide educational activities. Mark back there for the fireman who's filming comes to our Spanish class. So it's not maybe what you think of some senior centers used to be. It's very active, very vital, and I think the city hopefully provides that for them. And yeah, we invite anybody to come. Love to have them.
About how many senior centers do we have?
We have two, Will Rogers North in Will Rogers Park, 36 in Portland, and Woodson South, 29th in May.
Thank you very much. Let's show our appreciation one more time. Thank you all very much. Thanks very much. You bet. Thank you. Thanks very much. Nicely done. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming out. Yeah, don't be a troublemaker down there at the senior center.
Thank you for having us.
And as you know, school has started in the Oklahoma City area, and we are beginning once again our monthly commitment to expose some of the brightest and best teachers in the Oklahoma City area. And I want Meredith Ziegler to come forward. Meredith, come on up. Meredith is our Teacher of the Month for August, but she is also the Teacher of the Year for the Oklahoma City School District. So let's show our appreciation right up there. We have a resolution. I'll ask the clerk to read it.
Whereas Meredith Ziegler has been named August 2014 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. Whereas Meredith Ziegler teaches music at Wilson's Arts Integration Elementary School. And whereas Meredith has been honored as the Wilson Elementary 2013-14 Building Teacher of the Year, and Meredith Ziegler has been honored as the 2014-15 Oklahoma City Public Schools District Teacher of the Year. Whereas Meredith studies the academic and social needs of her students and addresses each one's unique needs. And whereas Meredith Ziegler is an education leader who seeks to inspire, support, and encourage other teachers. Whereas Meredith Ziegler conducts herself as a consummate professional and frequently pursues training to improve her teaching skills and classroom environment. And then she shares what she learns with her colleagues. Whereas Meredith Ziegler actively pursues relationships with the parents of her students and seeks to involve them in their child's education. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Meredith Ziegler on her selection as August 2014 Teacher of the Month by the Oklahoma City Public Schools and the Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
We will need a motion. And we have a second. Cast your votes. How about that, Meredith? It's unanimous. Let's show our appreciation one more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the members of the City Council for having me here today. I'm so honored to be here. One of the things that I love most about teaching in Oklahoma City is the ways in which this city rallies around its students. It's not just a teacher's responsibility or a parent's responsibility to help our kids succeed. We share in that responsibility, and I love the way that I see firefighters and city officials come and helping our kids and using what they know and the gifts that they have to help our kids, and it's wonderful to see that work happening every day. Thank you.
Well, and this community has a strong commitment to the arts, and it starts with you. So thank you for what you're doing for the young people of Oklahoma City. Again, congratulations. And this applause is directed at you and your cohorts. We're on item 3 of the council agenda. Item 3B and C are appointments. I'll look for a motion. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And item 3D is a resolution to approve travel expenses for my participation in a mayor's leadership conference in Sacramento, California in about a month from now.
Your Honor, I have a question, or not a comment rather. The actual resolution complied with our previous blanket resolution about the authorization, so I think it's did exactly what we asked people to do. We see the actual resolution, and it has those numbers in it, and I've talked to the city manager about maybe getting some kind of way to get those numbers in our memo so we can have a better foundation for our votes. I move approval.
Okay. And cast your votes. And it passes unanimously. We go on to item 4. It's the Journal of Council Proceedings. Item 4A is to receive the journal for August 12th, and item 4B is to approve the journal for July 29th. Any comments or questions on the journal? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. And item 5 is request for uncontested continuances.
Mayor, on page 13 on the consent docket, under item AW, 6AW, we ask that that be stricken and that'll be brought back at a later date. And 6AW on page 13. Then moving to page 27, under unsecured buildings, item 8M, item I, 5100 North Michigan, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item L, 1946 West Park, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item M, 3212 South Post, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item U, 827 Northwest 17th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item Y, 312 Southwest 30th Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. Item double E, 809 Northeast 81st Street, we ask that that be stricken. The owner has secured. And finally, item double F, 1016 Northwest 97th Street, we ask that that be stricken. We need to re-notify.
Are there any other requests for uncontested continuances? All right, we'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. How about a motion on those 6 items? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. 4 items. All right, cast your votes on the PPA. It passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust. Just the claims and payroll today. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the OCEAT, reconvene the council meeting with the consent docket. All right.
Mayor,
we have a couple of presentations.
We do have a couple of presentations set aside. BH regarding the modern streetcar vehicles. Rob Edgecombe is here with Jacobs, and then following him, we'll have a presentation on the Whitewater facility.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Thank you very much for having me this morning. Just want to provide a presentation to you this morning about the request for proposals for the modern streetcar system. Can everyone see the screen? Am I good to go? Okay. Just to give you I can't see at the moment, so I'll assume I'm on the overview page. Just to give you a quick run-through of what we intend to include in this request for proposals. I'll summarise a little bit about the preferences for the vehicle type, some of the minimum requirements that we have for the vehicle to make sure it meets the needs of the system, some of the goals that we have included in the RFP to meet the overall project needs, and some of the submittal requirements that the proposers will have to include when they put a response back to us. And then I'll wrap up by explaining the next steps that are involved in the process. If anyone has any questions anyway through the process, then please feel free to jump in at any point. So the vehicle that we're talking about here is a modern streetcar system. It is primarily operated on a wired system with overhead power and a pantograph picking up the power, but it has wireless components. So the system can operate wirelessly for periods of time and then operate on the wire for the rest of its time. We will include either lithium-ion batteries or supercapacitors to provide the wireless capability. This is a modern technology. It's evolving quite quickly, and we're seeing that more and more capacity in these is coming year on year as the technology evolves. The primary focus on the wireless operation is to make sure that we can clear the two bridges, the railroad bridges, which have minimum clearance, and we're not able to put wire under those bridges. So in the requirements, you'll see that there is a minimum capability to achieve travelling from the stop prior to the bridges to after those bridges on wireless. However, we are looking to have additional wireless capability on the vehicles. As I said, that the technology is evolving quite quickly, so in the RFP we're looking to understand exactly what manufacturers can achieve with wireless capability and how that might benefit the system as a whole as it's developed. The vehicle charging will take place while it's operating on the wires. So there is no proprietary technology involved in here. The vehicle will charge while it's on wire, operate off wire, and then when it goes back on wire, will recharge while it continues in operation. Just to give you a couple of key parameters on the vehicles. Obviously, the off-wire capability I've mentioned at length. This is a modern streetcar. We're not looking at any retro types of vehicles. This is a very modern vehicle. And it is fully compliant with ADA regulations, so we have level boarding capabilities for using platforms that will butt up against the side of the vehicle so that the vehicle is fully accessible for everybody. We have a range of vehicle dimensions that you'll see up here. The reason that we have so many different or so many ranges here is to make sure that we have access to as many of the possible manufacturers of this type of vehicle that are in the industry at the moment. So we have a width or a variety that the different manufacturers have. We have a height restriction, which obviously is driven by the need to get underneath the bridges, which is a critical parameter for the system. And then we have varying lengths depending on the way that the manufacturers configure their vehicles. So the capacity of the vehicle is driven by a combination of the width and the length. And then obviously the height is a clearance issue for the system as a whole. To talk about the RFP itself rather than the technical side of the vehicles, what is very important for us here is to get as competitive a process as possible, and therefore we want to engage as many suppliers as we can from the industry. So we've written the specification in a way that meets the performance parameters that we have, but it hasn't tied us down to any one requirement that would exclude people from proposing on this type of vehicle. Having as many people proposing is going to get us a more competitive price. So we want to get the best out of what the industry has to offer. As you'll see on there again, I mentioned the off-wire capability. This is obviously such a key parameter. It shows up throughout everything we do in this RFP, but it's obviously very important to us. But getting a fair and competitive process is very important to us. So getting as many people involved, having the specifications as detailed as possible, so clear compliance is easily understood, and then the evaluation of the proposals will be easily achieved against the requirements that we've included in the RFP, so that everyone has an open and competitive process. The budgetary goals of the system have been very important as we've gone through the development of the RFP. We looked at a number of different technologies for this type of vehicle as we were developing the specification. And there are a number of ways of having off-wire capability, different charging systems. What we were really keen to do here was to make sure this was as low a risk as possible, that we were not a development program, that we were making use of technology that was already well established, so that we were not going to put schedule at risk as a result of having development activities, or that we were going to pay a premium for having something that was over and above what was already well established in the marketplace. So the goals were to keep the budget under control and to make sure the schedule was one that could be deliverable to meet the overall project goals. Obviously, the infrastructure impact of the vehicles is another aspect of this. The dimensions are critical for making sure we can not only clear the bridges, but also fitting down some of the streets in the system, and also what the power demands are, so what we'll need from an infrastructure point of view to support the powering of the vehicle as it travels. So looking at the key submittal requirements for the proposers, obviously there is a technical specification that they have to comply with, so they'll have to respond to make sure they're compliant with all of the requirements that we put in the specification. There is a part of the process where they can submit questions and answers, and so if there are any clarifications, we can provide that through the normal RFP process. Meeting service with the required fleet size. The RFP is for 5 vehicles, and we have options for 8 more. 5 vehicles is considered to be the minimum to deliver the service reliably. That gives us 4 vehicles to be in service at any one time and a spare available for maintenance. 8 options are available to the city to exercise during the course of the programme if there is demand for additional vehicles, either through ridership growth or through service expansion and so on. Also, it's very important to us to understand the technical risk. So as part of the evaluation process, we'll be looking at the technical proposals that the manufacturers are coming up with, what sort of risk we see in their proposals. Obviously, that comes back to our concerns about schedule control and budget being kept under control. So understanding what risk there is in there, and also whether there are any proprietary issues associated with the technologies they're using. We don't want to get in a situation where we're using some technology which is owned by one manufacturer and we're effectively beholden to them for anything we might want to do in the future. So we're trying to make sure we're managing the risk for the future for the city as a whole. So those will be key elements in understanding the proposals and evaluating the proposals when we receive them. So lastly, just to explain what the next steps are for the RFP process. I won't read through these all. You can all read as well as I can. But just to explain the key elements of this, we will issue the RFP if it is approved. There will be a pre-bid meeting, so all of the manufacturers will not only be invited, they will be required to come on, and we will explain exactly what the system is. They will have a chance to question us about the system at that time. We will then have a Q&A period during the RFP when they can submit clarifications, or if they see something where they think it's restrictive against them, we can evaluate whether we're able to amend that without impeding any of the other proposers. And then we will ultimately receive the proposals, carry out a thorough evaluation of those proposals, and then come to a recommendation about an approved supplier, which will then come through the normal city approval process. So that is the sort of sum of the elements of the proposal that we've put together. Here you see a picture of one of the streetcars that's currently in operation in the US. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I got a couple of questions. Pat. How many suppliers are there?
It's an international market, so we anticipate that of the vehicle type we're looking at, there's probably in the region of 10 manufacturers that could propose on this. How many will? We'll have to wait and see how many show, first of all, at the mandatory proposal meeting. Streetcar orders are relatively small compared to other types of rail vehicle. I mean, we're looking at 5, and that's not uncommon. And so for manufacturers, often it's a question of whether the requirements are difficult for them and the size of the order justifies it. So we could, in theory, get that many responses. We may get less. And so that's why we've tried to make it as open a specification as possible to maximize that.
In your earlier comments, you talked about the technologies moving quickly to get off-wire capability. Is there any possibility at all that we would get a proposal where it would be entirely off-wire?
Sorry, I missed the end of that.
Well, is there any opportunity that we might get a proposal that calls for a car or proposes a car that is entirely off-wire?
If you want to go entirely off-wire, then you're looking at different charging technologies than what we're talking about here. We looked at those as part of the RFP, and we decided to go with charging from the overhead wire. So a proposal like that would not be compliant with the way we've written the specification, and that was part of our thinking as we went through the spec development as to whether that would be beneficial. What you will see, I think, over time is that as the storage technologies on the vehicles become more and more advanced, you'll have greater scope to adjust the balance between on and off wire in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This has been a difficult process for a couple of reasons. One is because of the changing technologies that's out there, and it's kind of like, when you jump into buying a computer a few years ago, you knew that you wait a few more months and there's going to be something better and cheaper down the line. And I think we're kind of at that place in technology on streetcars today, but we need to move forward. But secondly, a lot of these are constructed under a design bid concept where they're put out as a design bid. Our state law doesn't allow us to do that. And so because of that, we're going to procure the cars and then design the system around them. Not unheard of, but that's probably not the prevalent way that these are built. But boy, we've had a lot of people engaged, consultants, the team with Jacobs engaged with our staff and ADG, along with the countless hours that have been put in by the MAPS Oversight Board the Transit Subcommittee, and then also with the MAPS Oversight Board. There's been a lot of public involvement in this process. And I'm really pleased to the level that we brought it today.
One more question, Your Honor. How quickly will the request for proposal to come back to us?
The proposals are due on November 13th.
Thank you.
All right, yeah. Meg?
I'll just comment as well. Sorry. Sorry, microphone on sweater and no sweater. I just wanted to comment how much I appreciate the attention that's been given to that three-legged stool concept of being sure that we, select technology that will allow us to be flexible in the future, be very cautious of our budget and our timeline, so that each one of those pieces comes together with a system that will allow us to expand in the future. And some of us were just in Salt Lake City last week and had an opportunity to experience their amazing transit system, not just a modern streetcar, which runs through almost every neighborhood in downtown Salt Lake, but light rail to the airport. And it's just so exciting, I think, to think that we're, finally beginning this first step in what we hope will become a really robust public transit system.
Absolutely.
One other thing I want to point out is that when MAPS 3 was passed, the modern streetcar component of it, there weren't a lot of cities that were doing that. To steal a term from Dr. Shadid, we were a bit of an outlier. But we're not anymore. Everybody seems to be doing modern streetcars. I mean, they're just it's every city that's got an urban energy to it seems to has a one. Either they want it, it's in design, it's in construction, it's somewhere along the line. It's not every city, but there's a lot out there. So culture has changed, society has changed on modern streetcars since MAPS 3 was passed.
Larry?
Just a question on philosophy and strategy. Right now, we're not at the position to have a totally wireless modern streetcar, and I believe there are no systems in operation like that today. Is that a correct statement, or there might be?
There are some that have substantial portions of off-wire using some proprietary technologies, but tend to be getting back onto power systems as they get away from centres of cities, things like that. But yeah, totally off-wire, I'm not aware personally of one that is in operation at the moment.
I believe there's a couple smaller ones, but not to this scale.
No.
I guess, and then to the philosophical question from that statement of where we are, why is it not a good strategy to include the option, should somebody come along with one that's totally off-wire? The way I heard what you said was that would not be considered as being responsive to the RFP.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we just throw that out there to see if somebody does have something that we don't know about or is in the process of developing something that could still meet the requirements that you so articulated? Well, it seems like we're limiting our choice.
No, well, I totally understand what you're talking about, because that's exactly the process that we went through. And we have been looking at what the rest of the industry is doing. I mean, manufacturers are regularly pointing out what their development programs look like. So our team has been involved in understanding what industry is proposing at the moment. Really, it comes back to the two key concerns that I mentioned earlier on, which is schedule and budget. We have to be able to deliver this vehicle in budget, and going with a developmental system is going to be a very expensive approach compared to going with something that is a product that's already in the marketplace and that someone has already taken the developmental risk through and is available for production. The other thing is schedule. If we're going to take a development program, not only does it have additional cost, but it also has additional time to deliver if it goes according to plan, and significant schedule risk associated with even delivering according to that plan. And the need to get this system selected, developed, designed and built in the timescale that the city requires means that would be a very high-risk approach. So the reason that we evaluated those solutions and then came to the solution that we've included in the technical specification is about maintaining schedule and maintaining budget. So we did consider exactly what you were talking about, and we concluded that it wasn't a good approach for the city.
One of the previous things we did, just within the last year, is we did what's called an RFI. And we put out a request for information regarding what streetcars, and we're just saying, tell us what your information, tell us what your product data is, what can you do? And so we got, I don't know, 10 or 12 people, I think, submitted at that point in time of what they have that's on the marketplace. And so all of that was evaluated that led us to the set of the proposals, the RFP that's before us today. The other thing is we go down the line, we're trying to limit some of the options that are out there so that we're not evaluating everything all the time. We're trying to hone it down a little bit so that we can be more efficient on the implementation.
Absolutely, and to your point, we actually were far more focused on the off-wire technologies as we were starting the development process. It was only as we sort of got into evaluating the schedule and the budget risks associated with them that we concluded that it was not going to fit with the overall project needs. But we knew that there was significant interest in that and that technology is moving in that direction, but we just concluded that it wasn't an appropriate place in the market at the moment to do it.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, we look forward to the process and looking to see what comes our way.
Thank you very much indeed
Thanks
for your time
for your
today.
work.
The next item presentation is on the Whitewater facility. Obviously, we all know that those bids came in higher than we desired, and Mike Mize and David Todd and Scott Shipley are here this morning. David's going to start off, but Scott Shipley's with S2O, who are the designers of the project. And by the way, sitting in the front row is the chairman of the MAPS 3 Oversight Board, Tom McDaniel.
Good morning. As you're probably aware, the MAPS 3 Whitewater facility came in over budget. And as soon as we received the bids, the MAPS office, in conjunction with ADG and S2O, got together and we started looking at different options of how we could bring this project within budget. And we came up with a whole lot of ideas. Some of them as big as removing one of the entire channels and things like that. So we went through this whole process and then kind of honed that down to three different options that we presented to the subcommittee and then went on to the advisory board. So what we have today is a brief presentation in two parts. Mike Mize is going to present the numbers part of it, if you will, and then Scott Shipley's here to give you context as to what the reductions or the different options might entail. So I'd like to turn it over to Mike Mize right now.
Thank you, David. Mayor, members of council, manager. The presentation that we're going to give you today is almost identical to the presentation that we made to both the River Subcommittee and to the Advisory Board. We're going to show you a couple of different things. We're going to compare the bids to the actual construction budget for the Whitewater project. We're going to compare the bids to the overall Whitewater project, which would include contingencies and A&E fees and other fees. And then we're going to show you the bid as it compares to the river project as a whole. Just to give you some context about where the current bid puts us in relation to all three of those. David said we came up with three options. We did. I think you're aware that Option number 1 is the option that has been recommended by both the subcommittee and the advisory board, and I'll just briefly describe the 3 options that we made available to those 2 committees. Option number 1 would award the bid to the current low bidder. Once that contract has been awarded, we would have the ability to go in and value engineer that contract with that bidder to try to reduce the amount of their contract. We and ADG, the MAPS office, S2O, the architect of record, have looked at this. We think that there may be a potential savings of up to $4 million. This is the option that would involve the least amount of delay and could probably result in a completion in December of 2015 if it were awarded very soon and we had the opportunity to start working with them immediately. Option number 2 would be to leave the 2 courses, the recreational course and the competition course, exactly the way they are. Separately bid those from the buildings. The buildings would then be redesigned, and when you add the potential savings in the building redesign to the potential $4 million in savings that would flow through from option 1 to option 2, there's a possible $6 million in savings. Because that project would have to be redesigned, it would have a completion date of probably in the range of May of 2016. Option number 3 would shorten both the recreational and the competition channels. The recreational channel would still be quite functional. One of the drawbacks to shortening the recreational channel is that while it's still a very viable channel, on days of potential peak capacity, this may reduce the number of people that could go through the recreational channel at any given time. The competition channel, while shortened, would still be capable of holding Olympic quality events and Olympic training. It would be no shorter than most of the other courses in the world, and in fact would be longer than some that have held Olympic quality events. The potential saving, the buildings would also be redesigned as part of this proposal. So the potential savings here could be up to $8 million. Because of the redesign, there's a probable completion date of May of 2016. This slide shows you a comparison of what the low and the other 2 bids were compared to the actual construction budget in the MAPS 3 budget. The actual construction budget is the $19,840,840, which you see all the way across. The low bid was Downey Contracting at $33,416,700 for a difference of $13,575,000. So if you compare that bid to the overall Whitewater project with all of the components in it, including land acquisition, site prep, A&E, testing, and contingency, we've used that same budget, that same bid number of $33,416,000. Alternate 6, by the way, was some kitchen equipment, which was a deduct of $189,000, which we chose to use for these purposes to lower that price a little bit. The difference in the overall Whitewater project, rather than the $13 million I showed on the previous slide, is $15 million because the land acquisition actually cost more than was originally thought, and when the Whitewater construction budget was increased from 16 to 23 million, the architectural fees increased proportionately. So those are the 2 reasons that you see a difference between the previous slide and this slide. So if you look at that river project overall, if we were to accept the $33 million bid of Downey Contracting. And if we were to use all of the remaining funds available in the river projects, which would include some balance remaining from the river lighting project, $3 million remaining from the windscreen, which has been designed but has not been constructed. And if you took all of the Phase 4 improvements that were planned as part of MAPS, utilize that $33 million contract award, you would end up with a shortfall of $2.9 million. The $4 million that we talked about before, assuming that it can be achieved, and we have a fairly high level of confidence that that could be achieved, would bring the entire project back into budget, the entire river projects back into budget. But once again, it would eliminate some other potential projects that had been planned previously. So with that, I'm going to ask Scott Shipley to come up and talk a little bit about what some of the impacts are, both functionally and aesthetically.
Thank you. I just sort of wanted to put a face to a name on what these changes make. And so we'll start off with the first slide, which shows the project as bid. Go ahead and hop it forward one. This shows the project as bid. It's a two separate channels coming out of the top pool into a combined channel, the freestyle channel, which is in front of the main buildings. The buildings fit into the boathouse row, which is off to the west of the image shown here. There is a pump station which pushes that water from the bottom pool up to the top pool. When we go into the cost reduction, there's this value engineering has no real reduction in the core scope. It's reductions to finishes. Some of the things you can see that are deducted, some are not. We've not taken the alternates on the additional bridges. We've gone to prefabricated bridges as opposed to the custom bridges that were designed. We've taken out the fountain. In some places, we had sort of a belt and suspenders approach to the engineering. We were conservative. We've gone in and made adjustments to those to make them easier to construct and easier to implement for the contractor. And so we think that we can realize some significant cost reductions there. Another option that we looked at, this was the option that was approved, by the way, option 1 by the River Subcommittee as well as the Advisory Board. When we go into the other options that were presented, the second option took all of those value engineerings from option 1. It also included great reductions or removals to the buildings to essentially provide only the core services, restrooms, ticket booths, and that sort of thing. And so it's a very significant reduction in the function and size of those buildings.
So, Scott, if I could just to understand that, we take out the restaurant, we take out the shop, so lots of revenue-generating opportunities for folks that might not be participating directly in the whitewater experience, but might be there to observe or...
Exactly. One of the great benefits to the project as designed is it's a sustainable system. It can be run by an operator. It's profitable. There's not an ongoing cost to the city in these things. And when you start to take these reductions like the buildings, if you take away the restaurant, we haven't seen the exact numbers from a similar park in Charlotte, but we believe that they make between $2 and $3 million in their restaurant alone in a year. And so it's a significant deduct when you take that out in terms of the operating ability going forward.
Do you have an estimate of how many people might come visit the site? Of those, how many use the whitewater course and how many are there just to participate in the experience?
Our belief is that at a minimum you'll have between 100 and 200,000 rafters in a year. What we know from other sites is that roughly 1 in 10 people go rafting. And so we're expecting between 1 million and 2 million people to visit the site. And particularly for large events such as a potential 2016 U.S. Olympic team trials, what you would be looking at then is having that many people on your site providing the restrooms in this minimum building thing. You'd have the restrooms in the ticket booth, but you wouldn't have the restaurant and the hospitality things that you would typically require for that type of an event. In addition, you'd have as many as 10 to 20,000 people over the course of a busy week. And in that sense, you also would need this hospitality as well, this hosting component. Moving forward, we also looked at option three. Option three, shorten the channels. And you have to kind of look through the image that's there. The color image is the option as bid, or the project as bid. The lines within it show a shortened channel at the upstream end on the east side, and a shortened channel as well on the downstream end at the west side. This takes all of the benefits of this option three, all of the benefits of options 1 and 2, and in addition, we have shortened the channels, so there's some savings realized there as well. So those were the 3 options that were presented. As I said, option 1 was the one that was moved forward by the River Subcommittee and the Advisory Board.
One other thing, a couple of other things to point out, actually. Under option 1, the buildings would remain exactly the same as they had been designed before, to be compatible with and in appearance, so that they are very consistent with the buildings that are currently there. The options 2 and 3 might in fact change the appearance of those buildings so that there was no real commonality of design. The other thing to note is that if options 2 and 3 were selected, they involve redesign and rebidding of the project. And the fact of the matter is, simply because they would be rebid does not mean that they would come in at a lower price. Bidding is the timing of bidding is something that we can't control. We can't control what market conditions are. It could very well come in below the prices that we have now, or they could actually come in higher depending on what market conditions are.
I have when we talk about value engineering, I know this is probably going to take quite a wear and tear. So I'm wondering what kind of risk does it take, or do we undertake cutting costs now for the future maintenance of having to spend more money down the road if it lowers the quality at all, or what kind of risk are we at in that sort
Scott,
of?
you want to?
We've taken a very smart look at the value engineering that we're doing, and so in terms of risk to the main systems there, we don't see it. Or a loss of a fountain at the entry is one of the value engineering things, and so you have a decreased attractive power that's there in terms of the aesthetics that are out there, but in terms of real function, no impact. And same with the prefabricated bridges; they are of equal quality. Other things, such as some of the changes to the actual shape of the concrete, you may have wear and tear, in additional operating costs in terms of wear and tear on the landscape. But in the long run, you'll have to handle that operationally. It's something that can be handled operationally. Have we gone in and said, hey, we're going to put in a lower quality system that's going to need to be replaced? We haven't looked at those options.
Comments or questions? Yeah.
I guess just one more comment. Other than shrinking the size of the course and greatly modifying the building structures, nothing that we're talking about in the value engineering, like the waterfall or the grandstand or the phase 4 additional lighting, none of those things, I'm going to use a double negative, which I don't mean to, but any of those things could be put back into the project at some point in the future if there was capability.
I think some of those things could be. Changing out a bridge may be a little difficult, just because to get the equipment in to do it, construct it, the disruption that might occur might result in a significant premium for that. But some of the other things could be done at a later date if that were the case. I think it's also important to note at this point, we've talked about value engineering. What the MAPS office, ADG, and Scott Shipley have done to date is work together without the benefit of the contractor. We've been advised by the counselor's office that the actual value engineering that takes place with the contractor can't take place until after the contract has been awarded at the full value of the bid that was submitted. So we couldn't talk to the contractor until after the contract were awarded.
And that's assuming that the contractor is going to buy into this reduction in price. So you have a great
there
big
are
assumption.
There are some assumptions.
And the assumptions also rest on the agreement that taking out X saves Y amount of money. That's a point of argument. Let me ask you a question. Did you all consider the option of just turning down all the bids and going back and doing the value engineering and come up with a new project and have it put out to bid?
We did consider that option.
And it was rejected. Why, Mike?
As much for timing as anything else. And one of the other things that I said earlier is what we have now is a certain number. If we were to re-engineer, redesign, go back out for bid, we can't predict what the bid market's going to be at that point in time. And as I said, we could achieve some significant savings depending on how the bid market is at that time, or we could be penalized because we're in a very difficult bid market.
Aren't you assuming some of that same risk in your present process?
Well,
in terms of the agreement on what a piece of equipment is worth in terms of removing it?
We do make some of those assumptions, but I think the MAPS process and the city have been through this before. We are making the assumption that the contractor, well, we have, through Scott Shipley, through his experience, there's a significant amount of knowledge about what individual items are worth.
To us?
Well, to us and to the contractor.
I don't agree with that premise. I think the contract, this process seems to set up a whole lot of disagreements about what a piece of equipment's worth, removing it from the contract. And so I really think we're on thin ice as we go forward with this process. But having said that, I won't say anything else because the council get angry.
Pat, I've tried to kind of liken this to the process we went through with the sports facilities tax in the arena in terms of, our collections. We had a plan and our collections came in less than we thought they were, and ably led by you, the committee did a fantastic job value engineering that project down to get a great result within the budget that we had available.
Yeah. But I think what they're suggesting is a good idea, except I think it's got a lot of pitfalls built into it. I think we've been much safer had we rejected all the bids, done the value engineering, gone off for bids. Personal opinion.
Yeah, David?
Your Honor, would it be appropriate if we asked Mr. McDaniels to comment on Pat's issue being the chairman of the MAP subcommittee?
Sure. We'll put Tom on the spot. No problem in that.
I'm glad you did that, David.
Yeah. If you disagree with me, Pat, I'll forfeit all my pay.
Mine also, if I win.
Well, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, delighted to be here and to hear the discussion. I have a world of confidence in the subcommittee. I know that you do because you appointed them and you selected them. And I have a lot of confidence in the Citizens Advisory Board. It's made up of people with significant business experience that have been through these processes before, as have I. We looked at all of these options and we decided on a path that we thought would provide certainty because we knew what we were faced with here. We thought the ultimate decision was, would we rather have the centerpiece of the river projects done substantially as we told the voters we would do it, because it is the revenue producing piece, and we know that we will get it substantially as we represented it under the option that we are presented to you. And we know that we will not have the windscreens or the grandstand. Those are the things that are included in option 4. And we decided that the signature piece of the river projects was more important to us than the final pieces that could be done later. But if we made a decision to, by whatever way, to value engineer, but to diminish the scope of the Whitewater project, that we would be losing the one thing that we hope to gain by the river project, and that is something that is unique in the world, something that is unique to our city, something that will differentiate us from every other water course in the world. And we were not willing to sacrifice that unique signature piece. And so we tried to decide on a plan forward, and that's what we brought you. We understand we're just recommending body, and we understand you're the decision makers, but for all of us who have been working on it for these past 3.5 years and looking at it carefully every month, we all support the idea of option one. I understand, as a businessman, it might look as though reject all the bids and start again. That for us, we decided to take a path of certainty so that we would deliver the signature piece that we hope to be able to do. We think that rebidding it would cause uncertainty with absolutely no guarantee of anything being any better. We would run the risk of having no bids. We know that the people who built the one in Charlotte did not even bid on ours. So this is not a project that of the biggest plumbing job in the world and building buildings is not a project that is easily undertaken, and we have created a space there that makes the working conditions pretty tight. So we have a difficult project for a unique operation. Our goal is to achieve what you've asked us to do. We brought you a plan to do it. We support that plan. Be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, you want
just one. How much is the Olympic trials driving the timeline? In other words, without the Olympic trials, would we be more likely to accept Pat's idea of?
I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, for Mike to talk about the Olympic trial, Mike Knopf, but I'll just say for me personally, no, that doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, I'd like to get it done timely, but we have a process that's going to take a decade. I mean, all of these projects are moving along. You already know it's pay as you go. So we're not trying to get warp speed here. What we want to do is achieve the goal that you've given us to attain, and we think we brought you a plan to do that. If you would, obviously, it's your decision. But for me personally, I'd like to make the Olympic timeline. That certainly would be a goal. It would bring a unique perspective to our city and get us international attention. I think it would be a fantastic thing if we could meet that goal. So for all the people working down there every day, I think it is a big thing, Dr. Shadid. But for me personally, I want to achieve our goal in a timely fashion.
Any other questions for Tom?
Many thanks.
I'd like Joe Jacoby to come forward. Joe is the head of U.S. Kayak, which is based here in Oklahoma City. Because we've talked a lot today about changes to the original design and scope. And so I guess the question, because Joby is more than anybody else in our city, you would know, is this an Olympic caliber? Is this going to be one of the best whitewater courses in the world? Where would you rank this facility as you see the design today with other courses in the world?
I've been fortunate enough to be in the sport since I was 8 years old, and since age 10, I decided this was it for me. This was the sport I wanted to do, and I've had the opportunity to paddle on these channels all over the world, and I'm very privileged to have worked in a lot of different facets of the sport, from coaching to executive to media, and see these different channels. I think when we talk about the integrity of the design that Scott and his team has put together, and this is an industry that continuously, like the river itself, is kind of redefining itself and redefining the way that it puts these pieces together. When we talk about, when Tom talks about what makes it unique for Oklahoma City, is that, here we have an opportunity to put together not only this world-class facility, but one that fits with this particular community and really fitting into the spirit of what we do and the way people are growing and evolving in Oklahoma City. And there are so many elements built into the technical design. I think back just a year ago when we were in Boulder, Colorado, when Scott and his team laid out the 1 to 12 scale model that showed us with such exactness every wave, every hydraulic of how this course would perform. And then we could put that together with how we think this community would interact technically with that whitewater. That's to us is why the integrity of this, and I think Tom summed it up very well, that's the most important thing to us, is keeping these very special elements that Scott and his team have built into this facility that resonates and will work so well with the kind of community that Oklahoma City is. I mean, I always tell people, Mr. Mayor, that we are, for the first time in the history of the city, in the first time in the history of the state, we're putting moving water in front of this community. That makes the project a little bit different than what's been done in North Carolina. And I love their approach to how they've done this. And it tells me why I'm so excited. It's literally why I get goosebumps every time I talk about this course. It's not just about what the design team has done with it, but how well positioned that option one is with the kind of community that we have and the way we have been growing in the 5 years that I've been in Oklahoma City, specifically related to paddle sports, and the way we kind of see that pride in the river, the usage of the river, and the health and wellness of this community. It all comes together the way that the community piece and the design piece pull together.
How will this course rank?
I think for me, obviously it's a 1. One first in the world. I've never been more excited about a project. I think one of the benchmarks for so many of these courses are the Olympic Games. And the Olympic Games is typically bid for one very high performance usage. What makes this so special is that it is really built for the base. It's really built for a much larger usage, a much larger enjoyment. And you have to remember, even for those elite athletes and things like the Olympic trials that we talk about, there are incredible opportunities to the design of the course itself. And remember, the Oklahoma City Boathouse District is a designated U.S. Olympic training site. We're actually joined here today by 2 members of the U.S. Olympic Committee, in the room that are, paying attention to what we're doing. That has been kind of the formula that has worked so well at the Boathouse, is that we find a way to sort of showcase the best of America's Olympic values and open those values up to everyone. We literally create something for everyone at the Boathouse District. Every age level, every ability level, every economic level, there is something there for everyone. And this whitewater course just pulls that together in a very special, special way.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could make a comment. MAPS 3, as was MAPS 1, is more of a marathon than it is a sprint. And there's going to be some ups and downs as we go through this. In 2 weeks, we're going to bring forth the contract award for the Fairgrounds Expo Center, and that came in $3 million under budget as we came in with the bids ran, and that came in well. Our revenues are exceeding our targets at this point in time, and so overall, through this, it's now going to be about $800 million of program. We're okay. We've got some pretty good contingency dollars left at this point in time. We're making some decisions that gives us flexibility and some ability to make some good decisions down the line on some hopefully some adds or some enhancements we may be able to have. So MAPS 3 in a whole right now is in really good shape. And there are some things. We underran the sidewalks a little bit, so we reallocated some additional dollars to there to try to get back to the original scope on that. And so, there's going to be some give and take, and there's going to be some high levels and low levels as this project goes on. But I'm confident that we're going to be able to complete the program as presented to the voters.
Larry, did you make a comment?
Well, I have a couple of questions going on here. One of the questions is, Jim, if we were not to vote today, but to vote in 2 weeks, what impact would that have? This is, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but there's been a lot of data thrown at me that I was not aware of today, and I would feel more comfortable in casting a reasonably intelligent vote in 2 weeks if that was possible. Is that possible or not?
I'm not sure about the contractor and the bid date. The contractor is only legally obligated to hold his bid for how many days? 30 days, and I think that would exceed that.
So that's not really an option.
Well, if he
Yes, I'll take
agreed to it, it could be, but there's ways, but
All right.
I don't know that as I sit here today.
The next thing I see this between option 1 and option 2, and maybe I'm totally wrong, Mayor, as exactly the same challenge we were faced with the arena. When the arena was first spec'd out, it was option 1 on this comparison, and we didn't have enough money because of the sales tax, so we value engineered some of the functionality, and we came up with an arena, and the whole focus of the arena was the basketball court to meet the needs of the Thunder. And we exceeded those needs with the final design and the construction that was done. And what I see here, and maybe I'm totally wrong, guys, that's why I wanted some time to think about it, is that the heart of this whole project is the course itself. And options 1 and options 2 on this keep the course intact. And so the course would be the same with whichever option of those two we selected. Option 3 does possibly take away, especially for the recreational user. So I don't see that as personally as a valued option. That being said, the difference between options 1 and option 2 seemed to be the difference between December of 2015 and May of 2016 as far as completion dates. If I understand this right, that's during the wintertime. Very few of us are going to go out and go down the race course in the middle of winter. So I don't see that as being necessarily a deal breaker. And the less expensive buildings, unless that detracts from the overall ambiance that people would go down there and say, oh my gosh, this is terrible. Nobody has said that about the Chesapeake Arena. Oh my gosh, what did you value engineer away? People don't even know that what was valued away. So I lean toward option 2, but that's just where I stand right now.
Mm-hmm. I think option 1 is our best option, because we're never going to be able to eliminate all of the risk on this project. When you're building something that doesn't have a lot of examples around the world, and you're asking contractors to assume some of the risk and the operational and all of those risks that are inherent in this project, we can wait and we can wait and we can wait, but there's still going to be some risk on the table. I think our staff feels pretty confident that option 1 is viable. And Dr. Shadid asked a pertinent question: how much are we being driven by the fact that we would lose the opportunity to host the Olympic trials in 2016 if we delay this project further? And I think that's a viable question. I'm glad he asked it. I think the answer that I think we're all looking for is, well, how do we do both? How do we keep this on budget? How do we keep this on time? And how do we build a facility that 10 years from now, hardly anyone's going to remember that there was a hiccup on the bidding process. And if I didn't see the confidence of the staff that has by now been down these roads before with MAPS projects, I wouldn't feel as confident in it. But I really believe we're going to be able to accomplish both. But it is not without risk, but I would add that nor will it ever be. This is a unique project and a little bit outside the box from what we have typically done in MAPS projects.
Mayor, if I could just make one comment. Larry, I have the privilege just for the next year of serving as the council advisor on the subcommittees and on the oversight committee. And so I've had a chance to listen to this presentation 3 times now and kind of think about it. The one big difference between option 2 and option 1 is that we remove the restaurant and gift shop and that are revenue generators. And so the other things that have been eliminated in, say, phase 4 are, more aesthetic things, the windscreen, grandstand, and things that aren't putting heads in beds, if you will, and generating revenue for the city of Oklahoma City and helping the facility be sustainable. So that's really why I see option 1 with leaving the course intact and providing those things that drive revenue the most important.
Okay. Well,
and only for a possible $2 million savings up front. So, yeah, I mean,
well, I would like to see us
lean towards 1 also.
I would like to see us have a vote on option 1, up or down, and we could move forward from there.
Explain option one specifically, because my option one and your option one aren't the same.
Well, the one that's before us in these papers.
Okay, so that means we're going to go ahead and let a contract with $33 million and hope to reduce it to some value we can afford. We don't have a target in mind.
Your words, not mine.
I know, I understand. But I'll stand behind my words. Every project we bid has risk associated with it. I won't argue that point at all. I think we are taking a path that increases the risk inordinately to achieve an objective I can't understand.
No, I agree we have increased the risk, but at the same time, I think we have the experience and confidence in the process that we believe this can be handled with the budgetary restrictions that are, have been laid upon us.
Well, I think we've got an outstanding staff. We've got outstanding people on the committees that have never built a whitewater facility like this. And so, that to me explains a little bit the wide variation between what our engineer estimated to be $19 million and the bid was $33 million. We've got to save a lot of money in there to make that make sense. We'll have a contract hanging over our head that has $33 million in it with no indication of how much we're going to take out of that contract, except we're going to take a lot out of it.
The process is unique, and you're right.
Well,
we have identified some specific areas of cut that would be savings, and yes, there's no guarantee, Mr. Ryan, but we do deduct change orders often with contractors.
We do that all the time.
We do sizable ones.
We do it with projects we're experienced doing. We do it with road projects all the time, bridge projects, and buildings, but there are projects that we have some experience with. This project, as was pointed out, is unique in the world, and I think it ought to be done properly. And I think one of the objectives we had at Arena was to value engineer it to the point that we would not take out anything that had an impact on the public's use of the facility. And I think that ought to be our objective here, but I think it ought to be done in a more orderly fashion than we're doing it.
All right. Well, we need a motion at some point so we can move on. We got a long agenda today. All right. So then the motion is for option one. All right. Any other comments or questions from the council? All right. We're voting on option one. Yeah, Larry.
Procedurally, I'd like to vote, if the council wants to go with option one, I'd like to be in favor of it, but I'd like to make an amendment and vote option two first. And if the council doesn't want to go with that, then we go back to what it is. So,
we have a motion on the table.
Yeah. So what
my personal preference is to vote for option one, up or down, initially too.
I'd like to vote option two, up or down first.
Well, we already have a motion in a second, so let's vote option one. All right, we're going to vote option one first.
Yeah.
Everybody ready? Cast your votes. And it passes 5-4. Thanks, everybody.
Now back to the heart of it.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the rest of the consent docket. Any other comments or questions here? Are we ready to vote the rest of the consent docket? Any other individual considerations want to be given?
If I could ask one question about BE. So this is a $400,000 contract with PFM. This is separate and distinct from the Convention Center Hotel contract?
Yes, sir.
And when that study was going to be presented to us by the end of August, do we have an update on how that study's going?
Yeah, I think we picked a date. It's September.
September?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, great.
Quick question. What item was that again?
BE. It's our financial consultant.
So what is the scope of work for that $400,000?
They provide financial analysis for all debt that we do. For when we do our GO bond issues every year, they work with the rating agencies and draw up the official statements and the things that we do or assist in drawing up the financial statements for the time, the debt that we issue, as well as every trust that we have, the water trust, the airport trust, COT, the golf course. So they provide again, debt management services. They work to help us get our AAA bond ratings and all debt management that we do. And quite frankly, a few other tasks that come in down the line, we sometimes bring them in for other financial analysis.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, can I just point out a couple of things in the consent agenda that I just wanted to get on the record. Item 6N is an agreement with Oklahoma County, and it's part of the SHINE program. And I just wanted to kind of recognize Pete, who got this rolling a couple of years ago with Commissioner Mon, but I did want to point out the city's financial commitment to the SHINE program. It includes cleanup and graffiti removal, and it's been a partnership from the very beginning, and I just wanted to so note that we're investing in SHINE as well as the county.
I appreciate your comments about it. As I've watched the program grow, it's become publicly less and less of a partnership, and I have a little problem with that. But I think it's doing good work. But it obviously is a partnership. There's no question about it.
That was why I wanted to bring that forward, just to make mention of it. And item 6.0 is our professional services agreement with the Neighborhood Alliance. And I also just wanted to point out that we're adding some additional staff to work in South Oklahoma City, hopefully bilingual staff that will really help us begin to build some strong neighborhood organizations in South Oklahoma City. And then item 6Z is important, again, Pete, to you and to me. These are some additional inlets, drainage inlets that have been added to the contract that was being worked on both at 4th and Walker, 4th and Chartel, and then Southwest 25th Street. And we did a lot of work in that area. With the torrential rains we've had this spring and summer, it didn't appear to be completely adequate, and so our staff went ahead and has added some additional drainage outlets, and I just want those involved to know that we're paying attention to their concerns.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to solve a big problem there. I'm not familiar with the other projects that are on that list, but this one has been really significant, especially with the 500-year floods that occur every 60 days last year. So
4th and Walker and 4th of Chartel have suffered a lot.
Larry?
Yeah, I'd like Eric to come in if he could and speak to two items, Jim, if he's here. 6R1 and 6AK. Eric, if you just give the folks a very brief overview of what those two are, because I think they're important to the citizens of Ward 3.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Councilman. Item 6R1 are actually specifications to be advertised for bid. These are actually 2007 bond projects, but you haven't seen many of these. We're typically engaged in a lot of widenings, but these are actually arterial resurfacing projects. So this is just the reminder that we actually have quite a few arterial resurfacings. This one's actually on 10th Street. This will extend from Rockwell to MacArthur, which is the first section, and then from Council Road back to Rockwell as well. And so this is going to be a mill and overlay, and it's a project that we hope to actually complete by the summer of 2015. On the next item, which is 6AK, this actually proceeds with a lot of the partnership work that we do. This is actually a private partnership, so this is not one with the county, but this is at Southwest 15th and Council. Again, it's a bond project that we were actually getting ready to proceed on, but in this case, the partnership is going to allow the addition of intersection improvements at that location. If most are familiar, that's where one of our major landfills is located, and there's a lot of traffic in the area. This will actually add turn lanes in both the north-south directions towards that landfill just to help improve safety. It's also very near the school at Western Heights, the Bridgestone School. So what you see here is a 50% participation on the engineering. There's also a 50% participation on the construction for that the total intersection, estimated about $750,000.
Mayor, I need to clarify something I advised Councilman Sheed on a minute ago. Although PFM does do everything that I mentioned, that's not what this contract is. This contract is to assist in investments with the City Treasurer's Office. And so they provide assistance to us on our portfolio investments.
Any other comments or questions on the consent docket? All right, we're voting the rest of the consent docket. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. On to the concurrence docket.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on anything listed in the concurrence docket? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. We're on to item 8. These are items that require a separate vote. We start with a series of zoning cases. The first is an ABC issue in Ward 7. The address is 801 Northwest 122nd Street. John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, has anybody signed up? With that said, the Planning Commission approved, and I move for approval.
Second.
All right. Anyone here hoping to speak on item 8A1 today? All right, cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8A2 is a zoning case in Ward 3. It's also an ABC issue, and the address is 3264 Southwest 44th Street. Larry?
Has anybody signed up? No, sir. I move for approval.
Second.
All right. Anyone here hoping to speak on this item today? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8A3 has been deferred until this date. It's a zoning case in Ward 5. The address is 13725 Southwestern Avenue. It's currently AA agricultural, and it would become an R1ZL single-family zero lot line district if approved. And David, you were hiding behind Francis. I couldn't see you.
Sorry about that. Francis, do we have anyone signed up? Okay. Mr. Box is representing the developer. David, did you want to say a few things about this?
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is the applicant, Hussein Farzana. This is the last piece of a two-year zoning puzzle down on Southwestern. It's one in which the council will remember we had a large-scale PUD for the entire 140 acres that we partitioned off. And back last year, we did PUD 1480. That was just a single-family residential. Then we came back with PUD 1511, which was the commercial on the frontage along Western. This is that last piece, and this is for a single-family R1ZL. Way back 2 years ago, this piece of dirt was originally slated in our development plans to be some form of multifamily. Through a series of meetings with the neighbors and agreements made here before the council, we backed off all plans for any multifamily development. What we have now is just an R1ZL project. So knowing that the R1ZL name has some concerns that people normally have, what we've done is we've brought some examples of the product that my client intends to build. What you have is a market that still wants all the nice upgraded amenities. They just don't want a big yard. They don't want the maintenance that comes with large lots. So a similar product they have in Edmond selling for $115 a foot. So all the amenities of a high-end product will be in this product, and is consistent with agreements made previously. We'd ask for your approval.
David, just a couple of items for clarification. The market for these types of homes is normally the retired individuals or the empty nest group of individuals. And then secondly, I think the term, especially in this case, of zero lot line is a little bit of a misnomer. I mean, you do have a front and a back lot. It's just that the sides are not as large as what you might normally see. But just to bring out a personal issue, my son recently acquired a home under construction in Knoxville, and they rarely have much distance in between the homes these days in many of the communities throughout our country. So, like you said, all the first-class amenities will be included in these homes. The average price will run between $115 and $125 a foot, and it's adjacent to the commercial side and then within the interior side of the overall development.
Yes, sir. It's immediately west of the commercial, and then a little piece is south of the commercial.
And then on the exterior lots, we're still with the same design that we approved previously, and some of those lots are as large as 12,000.
That is correct.
Feet. So, all right, I would move for approval.
All right, we're voting on item 8A3. Any comments or questions from anyone? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8A4 is a zoning case in Ward 7 at 11500 North Kelly. It's currently a plan unit development and would be a new PUD if approved. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, has anybody signed up? I see that the applicant is present. The Planning Commission did approve, so I move for approval.
All right, anyone here hoping to speak on this item today? We're voting on item 8A4. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8A5 is a zoning case in Ward 4 at 9016 South Shields Boulevard. It's currently AA agricultural and a C3 community commercial district, and it would be all in the new PUD if approved. Pete?
Are there protesters that have signed up to speak?
signed up.
I have continued to receive protests. We had a meeting, a neighborhood meeting, and I've continued to receive protests. And they're, I think maybe the fact there's no one here today is that to some extent some of their questions were solved at the neighborhood meeting, but I do think that there possibly is the fact that some people have kind of given up. And I think that happens occasionally. The protest, David, if you'll come up. The protests center around a couple of things. Well, actually, they center around more than that. Primarily, if you live next to a golf course for 30 years and somebody's going to change it to anything, you're probably going to be against it. So that part I understand. And that part's inevitable. There's not much we can do about it. But the protest that continues to come, and I've done some checking on it since then, has to do with water. There's a huge amount of water that drains onto that area every time they have a rain, especially like I alluded to earlier, the 500-year floods that occur about every 60 days. What kind of detention? I know that the stock answer is, well, we'll do whatever detention is required by the ordinance. Sometimes that's a good deal, and sometimes it's not a good deal. And it wouldn't be a good deal if you complied with the ordinance and somebody that lived in that neighborhood got flooded. So what kind of detention is there other than we'll do whatever the staff tells us to do?
Well, there are some ponds on the site, and because we're not ready to turn dirt now, we don't know exactly what that will be. Our engineer has begun looking at that process. One of the benefits that we have is what we've committed ourselves to is a site plan review. So anytime we are ready to go develop, we're going to have to go back and have staff review. So at that time that we're ready to build, we will have to have specific engineering solutions for those issues. So we're confident that when we do develop, we're going to be able to ease any problems that may be.
Is there possible to get an agreement that at that time you would hold a neighborhood meeting? This is a planned unit development. I suspect we can put anything in it that we can agree to.
Yeah, we'd be happy
that we could hold some kind of a neighborhood meeting so the neighbors would all be advised in the same way they were advised last time about what you're going to do about that problem.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Can we just consider that an amendment that you'll?
Yeah, well, we can add a TE, or we can add an amendment to the PUD requiring
the second
meeting.
Concern is, and while I don't share this concern, again, it may revolve around a couple of other things. One is that the buyer ostensibly wants to put a church there, and I think the neighborhood would be very satisfied if the church was the first thing built there. There's this concern that this is that perhaps may be a subterfuge in order to develop apartments or do all the other things that are potentially possible under this PUD. Is there a way to ensure that the church is the first construction?
No, there's not. It is the church's intent to build. What we've done is, it is a very large site, larger than the church has, I believe, ever taken on in this market.
My concern is that, I understand that, and I fully support the fact that the PUD probably should have other uses, but the neighborhood believes that if the church was the first site, that was the first thing, that would have a lot of influence on what else went there. And I believe that. I think that's true. What they're concerned about is that if the church is not the first thing there, that the other more noxious, or onerous, if you're from a neighbor's perspective, uses go in first. The church may not ever go there.
Well, and it's a valid concern they have, and so what we've done to address that is we have placed limitations within the PUD to assume that something bad happens, market collapses, and the church doesn't get built. What we've done is we have created a significant buffer zone around the neighborhood so that everything around the neighborhood will still be some sort of similar use, residential. We've added a 125-foot ring around the entire residential subdivision that everything within that has to be one story. It can't be any multifamily. If there is a multifamily project on this site, based on the way it's now laid out, it would have to be closer to 89th Street. And what you have, part of the problem we're facing with this site is you have straight industrial zoning and heavy, heavy commercial zoning right up against it. You have straight C4, which is something you rarely see in this city. So through the meetings and through the Planning Commission, we did attempt to draft this in such a way that if that does happen, we have still buffered them so that what they're going to have won't be a golf course, but what they're going to have is something similar in a single-family residential type.
Well, I'm trying to articulate in a way that it has some possibility of getting through to your client that how important it is that some of the concessions that were agreed to are agreed to because the people actually hope there's going to be a church built there. If the church is built there, I think a lot of the other problems would go away. I just, you think putting a moral burden on a church is a reasonable request?
The church has every desire to establish a parish here, and that is their...
I'd like for you to convey that to your client. So I'm going to move forward to approval subject to an amendment that the neighborhood be notified of any study and of any decision with regard to detention. But I would like for you to emphasize to your client that some of the concessions that were made, and perhaps the reason that no one's here today, is because they don't want to oppose the building of the church. In fact, they very much support the building of the church. But since it's such a large tract and the potential for other things that could go around there, and the potential of a huge change if the church is not built, I just want to be sure you can communicate back to your client.
I will do that.
With that, I'd move approval subject to the amendment that I proposed.
I'll second, but I do have a question if it's appropriate. David, who is the developer of this property? Is it the church?
The tract is under contract for the Archdiocese. They are the buyer.
Yeah. And that's what I've always heard, that this is for a church. Can you tell me roughly how many acres are in this area?
It's just under 60.
Okay, and how many would the church need? 15, 20 maybe?
Well, this is a project that the Archdiocese hasn't taken on, a similar project in this market. Their desire would be, to start with a church, and if things go well, then you add a school and you add some residential. And so their concept would be for this, a large portion of it to be for the church.
That's been my indirect understanding, Pete, that it wouldn't be anything adverse to traditional residential units. And again, this is just secondhand information that I'm receiving. Any multifamily type units would be somewhat related to the church, such as the United Methodist Church has the retirement facility. Many churches have retirement facilities. So
they would like something like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a neighbor's hope, and I think there was some hesitancy on their part to be more vociferous in their opposition because of the fact that it is a church and because they have heard this story and they don't want to be put in a position of saying, well, you're not going to do that. But not having any of those burdens, I don't mind speaking for what they're unwilling to say. So I think it's fair. I believe it will be a church. I believe that's their intention. I believe it will be a church, and I believe the residential around it will, if it's possible, economically possible to make it work, that it'll be what, as David says. I just want to reemphasize that to a large degree, the reason I'm the only one here speaking about it today is because it is a church, and the people, the neighborhood to the south would very much like to see it develop that way. The water thing, I think it is important there. I think we go back, look historically about some of the things that happened in the last 3 or 4 years, especially with regard to water. Those ponds there on the golf course fill up pretty quick, and then the water starts to move into that neighborhood. And it's been within a few feet of people's homes there, and that's with no impervious surface on that whole, very, very little impervious surface on that whole several acres there. So it could be exacerbated pretty greatly when you start to construct, when rooftops start to show up there. I was tempted to ask for a couple of weeks continuance so that all the people that have spent lifetime playing golf at Brookside have one more chance to play. But I understand from talking to some people on city staff that they got out and played this week. Good. So I'm willing to go ahead and move approval.
Pete, not to be too light on this area, but it may actually reduce a hazard by shutting that golf course down, because I don't think the best golfers go out there.
Well, I was contacted by 2 or 3 people on staff, and I'll tell you who they are, and then you can, or I'll tell them that you said that in case you didn't hear it. So.
Well, no, and I include myself in that category.
Okay.
And I've been out there before, so it's.
But it has been kind of a landmark facility in South Oklahoma City for a long, long time. As I said when I began, if you had lived next door to it for 40 years, you'd probably hate to see it go also. So, but
Mayor, should be pointed out for historical reasons that Mayor Cornett shot his first subpar round of golf at Brookside Golf Course.
And I assume there's going to be a plaque as part of this.
You'd have to talk to David's client about that.
We'll call my client. See what we can do.
that was a lot of years ago. Pete, you made your motion. Did we get a second?
David, second.
All right. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And we're on to item 8A6. It's a zoning case in Ward 7 at 2001 East Britton Road. It's currently AA agricultural and C3 community commercial, and it become a new plan unit development. John?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk. Has anybody signed up? Is the applicant present? Can you please come and explain?
Greg Massey with Red Plains, representing the owner on this property. Mr. Apprecio currently operates the Aquascape business at that location. He's looking to expand that operation due to some of the construction activities that are associated with the landscaping and outdoor kitchens and so forth. It didn't fit under the C3 zoning. He had purchased the additional property to the north a couple of years ago and is wanting to expand his operation. The I-2 gave us the zoning we need for that.
Okay. So it would just be used for him to expand his business and not a salvage yard and any of those type of activities?
That is correct. And the PUD, in working with staff, was trying to establish some uses that might be applicable to that area at some point in the future and give him some flexibility down the road for his retirement.
Okay. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, no protesters?
No one signed up.
All right. I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we're voting on item 8A6. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item 8A7 is also a zoning case in Ward 7. It's at 13100 Northwestern. It's a plan unit development, would be a new PUD if approved. John?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, has anybody signed up? I see that the applicant is present. One of the things I do want to point out is I think this particular development is stepping in the right direction for us, developing properties east of Western. Of course, everybody knows about the developments that are carrying west side of Western, so this is a great opportunity. Pat, Ward 7 got some stuff coming on Western, so just want you to know. I move for approval.
All right. Any comments or questions on item 8A7? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8A8 is a zoning case in Ward 3 at 1000 North Check Hall Road. It's currently R1 single family residential, and it would become a new PUD if approved. Larry?
This is really Ward. I'll defer to Ward 1.
It's the past Ward 3. It's actually Ward 1 now.
Okay.
But It says Ward 3 on that one, but it says Ward 1 on the
All right.
memo.
I see the address
Yeah, this
now.
is just a PUD for an on-queue. Did anybody sign up for this one? No. Has anybody signed up or showed up to talk about it? Okay. It's an area that would never be developed R1. I mean, as you can see, it's there on the off-ramp of I-40. It seems like a very applicable place for a gas station. So I know the developers are here, so if you have any questions, you can ask them, but I move for approval.
All right. Anyone here hoping to speak on this item 8A8 today? All right, cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8A9 is a zoning case in Ward 3 at 9420 West I-40 Service Road. It's currently got a series of different zoning, and it would be a new plan unit development if approved. Larry?
It's interesting. Is the applicant present?
Kelly's here.
Kelly, if you would just give the council a very brief overview of what this is.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304. I'm here representing the applicant for what has been called and is being called Epic Paintball Park. The purpose of this PUD for this approximately 130 acres is to establish this recreational paintball facility that will be open to the public and will be designed in a way to cater both to families, to groups, including church groups, corporate groups, but it is intended to be a professionally run, thoroughly regulated and controlled facility. What we've done with this approximately 130 acres under the terms of the PUD is retain the underlying existing zoning, and then we are just adding as an additional permitted use the outdoor recreational use limited to a paintball. Now, included in this 130 acres is 120 acres that is privately owned, and then what you see on your exhibit there on the screen, Tract 6 is actually owned by the city and is managed by the Riverfront Redevelopment Authority, and we have approval from the Riverfront Redevelopment Authority to lease that 20 acres to incorporate it as a part of the paintball park. There is an item on your agenda later today, this morning, for the council to consider that lease that has been approved by the Riverfront Redevelopment Authority. We will, under the terms of the PUD, provide for a 75-foot buffer along the river where there will be no paintball activity. As you all are aware, the MAPS trails are being extended on the opposite side, on the east side of the river along this area. Our access for the paintball park will come from Morgan Road to the west, and we come along the frontage road and then enter, and the Tract 1 actually we will be using only for access purposes and parking if necessary. There won't be any paintball activities under the terms of the PUD as approved by the Planning Commission in that Tract 1 or in the Tract 3. So the paintball activities will be separated quite a distance from the lanes of traffic for I-40. And one question that came up at the Riverfront Authority meeting when they were considering the lease is just what type of paintballs will be used. And the facility will only allow field-provided paintballs to be used at the park. So they will not permit outside paintballs to be used. There is a requirement under the terms of the PUD that has been included that they will be only biodegradable, water-soluble paintballs comprised of PEG, polyethylene glycol, and or soy-based material, so that there is not a danger or risk of any kind of contamination of the soils or water in the area. But our plan is for this facility to cater to the Oklahoma City area and to draw people from surrounding communities. We don't have a facility like this in Oklahoma City. We have, I'm told, in the country now about 14 million paintball enthusiasts. It is a sport that is growing in popularity, and we plan for this to be and hope that it will be a new added attraction for the city and for the area along the river. We are, the applicants have been working on this project to find an appropriate location and to get the necessary approvals for about 1.5 years now. So they are eager to get underway and in operation. This is, as you might imagine, it's as an outdoor activity. It is one that is a fair weather sport, so it is heavily utilized in the fall and in the spring. We're hopeful, if the council grants approval today, to get very quickly the equipment established and set up and parking established and get in operation this fall. And for that reason, if the council does see fit to approve the PUD today, we would request that it be done with the emergency so that we can get the facilities established and get in operation and take advantage of this fall season. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions from the council?
Yes, Kelly. Is there going to be a fence separating the property from the river edge?
There will not be a fence. There will be a border that will just be marked with probably rope. It's quite a distance there, as you can imagine, along that river boundary. So it will be roped off. And also, it's heavily wooded, that area along the river, and so we'll have the natural buffer, the natural barrier of the undergrowth, which will be left in its natural state in that buffer area, and then it will be roped off as well. All of the activity that will go on, all of the paintball activity, there will be referees assigned to each group that's there, so it's a supervised, controlled environment. We don't just turn people loose on the property. And I might just mention briefly too, there's the residents who live to the south, on the south side of what is called Mustang Creek there, are enthusiastically supporting our application and the fact that we are going to be bringing a use to that property. Right now there is quite a lot of trespassing that goes on. There's a lot of four-wheeler activity, a lot of guns being fired, and so they're eager and enthusiastic that there's going to be some control and regulation of the use of that property. I hope that helps with your question.
Thank you.
Francis, has anybody signed up?
No, sir.
As Kelly said, he has worked, his applicant has worked with the neighbors to the south. They are excited about it. This is a heavily wooded area and a remote area for the Oklahoma Trail that's going to go from South Meridian and hook up to Overholser. This should add a dimension of positive impact on that because what we're doing is we're shining some light into a dark area and dispelling some of the darkness. So we're excited about that. Kelly and I have talked at length about the emergency, and his applicant would like to get some revenue coming in this fall. And so I've agreed to the emergency. I hope you will also. So with that, I'd like to move for approval.
All right, we're voting on item 8A9. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously.
And I'd like to make a motion for the emergency.
Cast your votes on the emergency. Passes 9-0.
Thank you very much.
Item 8A10 is a zoning case in Ward 8 at 4105 West Memorial Road. It's currently R1 single family. It would become a new PUD if approved. Pat?
Thank you, Your Honor. This piece of property is adjacent to the the Kirkpatrick Turnpike. And it's, I guess the old planting was R1. It's going to be an office building now. And I see Tim Johnson's here. If we have any questions about the project, we can ask Tim. He's the owner's representative. Is anybody signed up? And there were no protesters. There were some TEs on this one. Has the applicant agreed to all the TEs, including the sidewalk one?
Yes.
Yep, Tim Johnson on behalf of the applicant. We did agree with all the TEs.
Okay, thank you. With that, I move approval.
All right, we're voting on item 8A10. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8A11 is a zoning case in Ward 8 at 9735 West Memorial Road. It's currently AA agricultural and it will become a new PUD if approved. Pat?
Thank you, Your Honor. This piece of property is also very close to the turnpike, and slowly but surely all that AA property out there has been converted to residential, and there's considerable construction going on in there. Francis, anybody speak on it? We do have a request for an easement. Has that been submitted yet?
We've not received the easement yet. They were going to bring it to the meeting, but I haven't seen the
I
app.
move we defer this for 2 weeks, and we'll get the easement.
We called him yesterday. We thought he'd be here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to defer item 8A11 for 2 weeks.
Yes.
All right, cast your votes on the deferral. That item is deferred 2 weeks. Item 8A12 is a zoning case in Ward 4 at 600 Southeast 51st Street. It's currently R1 single family and it would become a new simplified plan unit development. Pete?
Is there anyone here to speak on this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are you the applicant?
Actually, here on behalf of the applicant, my name is Earl Smeltzer.
Okay. I don't have any questions unless someone on the council does. I'm going to move for its approval.
The only thing I was going to ask for is that we can get an emergency. The owner was wanting to start construction as soon as possible, and I called and asked for that. We were unaware that there would be like a 30-day delay from the time if it was approved, and we were asking, and I've called the office and asked for that, but I don't think we got it in time. I don't know if it's too late to ask for that.
I'll talk about I'll move approval of the application. We'll talk about the emergency in a second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. We're voting on item 8A12. It passes unanimously.
We give emergencies all the time. I have some problem with it. The whole idea of the emergency is to defer so that if anyone has a complaint about it, they can do something about it. It's a legal matter. It gives the public an opportunity to do it. I hesitate to give an emergency because you didn't plan ahead. I mean, has this been deferred?
No, sir.
Began?
We didn't understand the process. This is our first time to ever do anything in this with a SPUD or a PUD or anything of this nature. It was brought to our attention by the Planning Commission about a week ago when we were asking about when could we get a permit, and they said, well, it would be about 30 days after the city council was to approve, if they were to approve it. The owner already went to the bank, got approval for financing, which it's under a construction loan, and he was wanting to ensure that he could get the project completed before the construction loan expired. The construction loan set to start with approval on September the 1st, which would have put him in a delay if it took 30 days before the permit could be issued.
I understand there's an economic benefit to doing it, and because there is no there are no protests, I'm going to go ahead and move it. But I would like for the staff in the future to tell people that unless they've got, if there's a protest, I won't move them on stuff in my ward, and that if it's just a gift, an accommodation, I'm not big on that idea, because there is a reason for the emergency, and it's not because you didn't plan well enough. But I'm going to move it this time because you didn't know that. But I'm telling you, I'm not going to do it anymore.
May I ask you a question? On the emergency aspect of it, is there a period in the prior, subsequent to our approving it, that the protester can appear in district court and make a protest?
No, the emergency just delays the implementation of the ordinance for 30 days, giving, if there is a protest, giving them an opportunity not to come back to us, but to file a lawsuit to try to stop the matter. Okay. And that's what it's designed for. It didn't.
But there's no time requirement for the protester to file the application for protest.
No, they would have to. Well, yeah, they'd have to file within the 30 days.
They do have. Excuse me. They do have to file within the 30 days. That's a limit within which they would have to file a lawsuit. But actually, the emergency clause really has nothing to do with them filing a lawsuit or not. They can file a lawsuit either way. What the emergency clause does is cut off the possibility of a referendum petition, which would then make it where the ordinance would not become effective until that referendum petition process.
A significant delay then.
Right.
And it probably doesn't happen, but that's what the law's for. If we don't like that, we ought to do something about changing the law rather than, in my opinion. I vote for everybody else's, and I don't talk about it when it happens, but in the future, if there's protests, I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not going to move them, and somebody else wants to move them on my cases, well, they can do that. But it's something that I've chafed about for some time, and I'm going to move it this time, though.
All right. Cast your votes on the emergency. Passes 9-0. Item 8B is a zoning case that was recommended for denial at the planning level. This is in Ward 2 at 3608 Northwestern Avenue. It's currently R1 single family. It will become a new simplified planning development. Ed?
Francis, has anybody signed up? No. So there were no protests at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission felt that the commercial uses were overly broad. I met with the applicant. They have severely restricted the commercial uses within the SPUD, which I think is all of which are appropriate for the neighborhood, things that the neighbors could walk to, appropriate to be across the street from the Boys and Girls Club. There were, again, no protesters, and so I would move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're voting on item 8B. Is there anyone here that showed up today to speak on this item? All right, cast your votes. That item is approved. Item 8C is a name change in Ward 7. This was, as I understand it, generated by staff just to ease the confusion out there in a certain neighborhood. John?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, has anybody signed up? Seeing that no one signed up, the Planning Commission approved, and this was coming from staff, I move for approval.
Cast your votes on item 8C. It passes unanimously.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I move, because staff has recommended for emergency on this, so I move for the emergency.
All right, we're voting on the emergency on item 8C. Cast your votes. Passes 9-0. Item 8D is an item that's here for a final hearing today, and this has to do with our food truck regulations. Anyone show up here today hoping to speak on item 8D? All right, cast your votes on 8D. It passes unanimously. Item 8E has to do with camping out at Crystal Lake.
Yeah. In spite of Mr. White, staff is requesting the item be approved with emergency. This would allow regulations to be in place before the opening of the food truck court that's being proposed.
Second. All right, we're voting on the emergency on item 8D.
Was that generated by lack of planning on the staff's part?
We did our ordinance. It was the food court that jumped the gun on it. So no, we did exactly what we thought we were supposed to do.
All right, cast your votes. And the emergency passes 9-0. All right, where are we on? Item 8E, yes. Camping on Crystal Lake is the issue that's here before us in a final hearing. Is there anyone here that showed up today hoping to speak on item 8E? All right, this is largely out in Ward 3. Larry, you want to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I move that this is Crystal Lake, as you all remember, is now being operated for the city by City Care. They're doing a great job with inner city kids. This is to take those kids out and make an opportunity for them to camp out in the wild. And if you haven't been to Crystal Lake yet, it's a great place to go fishing, and it's open to the public for fishing. So I move for approval.
All right, we're voting on item 8E. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8F is a public hearing today to discuss the water rate changes. We have people that have signed up to speak today.
Well, we do have one on how to conserve
Okay, a related issue. All right. Well, we are holding a public hearing today to discuss the changes in water rates that have been described before council, and the public hearing is set for today. Stephen White has showed up today. Steve, you want to come forward?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff. I live at 2716 Northwest 44th Street in Oklahoma City, and I have a report I would like to provide council members, if I could pass that out.
One for John.
And what I presented is basically 5 solutions other than increasing the rate. I believe that increasing the rate not only affects me and my family, but several poor people throughout the city that are strapped financially in ways that the middle class is dwindling, and I think that my 5 solutions address the economic impact. And let's see here. The Oklahoma Water Resource Board came with, there's 5 major aspects of the comprehensive plan, which I've outlined in the very front of this report I've submitted. And what I look at is ways in which we can meet the goals of 2060, Water 2060, and in doing so, my solutions, when I look at a city that's 622 square miles, and I look at cities that I've had farms in that have been acquired by the city, I think de-annexation is an important step to connect the city and the rural life throughout surrounding Oklahoma City and reduce the burden on members of Oklahoma City. I also believe that the city should charge surrounding cities more for the water, not just at cost, because several of the comments that I've seen in the Water Trust talk about water as an investment. Well, if it's an investment, the citizens are the shareholders, and they need to be able to profit from their investment, if we're going to use those terms. And I believe that there should be a buyback program. If a roof that's 1,000 square feet can collect 600 gallons of water with 1 inch of rain, and that individual or resident actually doesn't have a way to utilize immediately that 600 gallons, if there was a buyback program, they would. And in this 4th statement, there's the vulnerability of drought, which obviously we've experienced over the last 5 years, and this rain capture addresses that. And an example I provide with the economic benefits, step 5, I don't know how many of you have been to Bermuda, but I have. And in Bermuda, they have white limestone. It's mandated by law. And it's because they don't have water wells, and they don't have enough rain to sustain, and they're in a remote area. Bermuda is far off from the archipelago of the Caribbean islands. And so the way that they address this is they build limestone roofs that filter the water, and the resident of that house can actually drink it. These roofs are tough. They sustain hurricanes, and it would help those who say they have a devastation, their house is hit by a tornado, which happens frequently here. If they were to convert to limestone, they would be able to have drinking water, and it would be something that would save those who are not fortunate enough to be able to get water sources from either wells who live in Oklahoma City, but yet their well went dry, and there's some of the reasons why they're not on the city water. So these 5 steps I put in as some kind of solution, and I provided copies of what these Bermuda limestone roofs look like. And I also included a dialogue that an individual by the name of Matt Largy from Austin, Texas, talking about could limiting evaporation help. One of the studies I've seen is that if we look at all the reservoirs that feed in Oklahoma City, the evaporation that comes off those lakes is about equal to today's use. And I think that that's kind of a shame that we're going to go build more lakes or more pipes, pipelines, aqueducts, what have you, and we're not really addressing what is crucial. In the earthquake that happened in San Francisco, I believe it was Sunday, 6.0, that area in Napa Valley, there's not a lot of fracking going on. And they're on a fault line just like we're on a fault line. And a lot of geologists that have read the surveys, geological surveys, are showing that this drought, this evaporation, and the loss of water in a lot of our reservoirs creates this uplifting. And when you add that stress onto a fault line, then you're going to have what we have over the last 2 or 3 years, and that creating earthquakes. So these proposals that I put in here are in light of not only the cost benefit, it is thinking out of the box. I don't see a lot of limestone roofs in Oklahoma City, but it's just a solution I want to propose, and that's it. All right.
We appreciate the ideas and the research and the work you put into this.
All right, thank
you. Want to say anything, Pete?
Yeah,
Pete serves as chairman of the Water Trust.
One of the things we've done over the last several years has been to try to investigate more conservation. And so I welcome the comments that you make. One of the things about evaporation is that the city 50 years ago purchased land in southeast Oklahoma City to build another lake, and the reason that lake has not been built primarily is because we realized that if we start to fill it up, we'll lose water to evaporation. There was a time when water was the cost of bringing it to Oklahoma City through the line and the cost and the evaporation costs were not all that important in the equation. That's 60 years ago, 50, 60 years ago. That obviously has changed, and I think we're looking into that. I appreciate your comments about it, but water doesn't evaporate out of a line in any appreciable amount. It evaporates off an open water surface. So the line itself is not going to create an appreciable amount of evaporation, just the line. I'm not sure. I'm not sure we have the ability to charge the customers of the Water Trust, that is the other communities, any more than we're charging them now. I'm not sure whether we could do it legally or not, and I'm not so sure. I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. I appreciate the comment, but we're trying to go to a situation where we're less and less dependent on groundwater, and to some extent, I worry about things that some of our surrounding communities are doing by drilling more wells into a depleting aquifer. I've got some serious concerns about that, and I think most of us that have studied this thing have concerns. I think that's a bigger problem, frankly, is that communities are looking for a short-term solution, which is to drill a well, which is in the long term is not a good answer. And
I appreciate that. The evaporation was studied at Lake Hefner in 1966 by OSU, and a lot of the and it's true that a pipeline, there's always loss in any transfer from one body to another. There's going to be some loss, but not an appreciative loss. Right. And as far as the legalities, what opens up the legality issue about charging the other municipals more is in this mix, and I saw on the agenda item, Native American tribes change the water equation. There are things that tribes are able to do that simply municipalities like Oklahoma City can't. And I just would like to see that when there's negotiations with the Chickasaws and other tribes regarding Sardis, that look at ways in which through the tribes they can charge more because they have more freedom of what they can charge and what they can do. Example, they can do casinos. I can't do a casino. They can do a lot of things that are just out of the ability of a municipality, and I would turn certainly to them to work up with solutions where we can address evaporation, we can address cost, and those can be deferred to those that have the greater ability to pay. My children go to Oklahoma City Public Schools. I can't send them to Edmond just because I want. Same thing about the water. You know, the water is a resource just like education is. And so if Edmond wants to enjoy a great public school system, I think they should pay for the water, and I think that should occur at the cost of the citizens in Oklahoma City. But that's as a resident of Oklahoma City, not one of Edmond. So that's just a point
I
of
think
view.
the water rates, the water rates that we sell water to other municipalities do take that into consideration. I think they're marked up all we can mark them up.
Well, it's at cost for what I read. I mean, I only look at the forms.
Well,
and-
it's at cost, but that cost is the cost of all the infrastructure is built into it. It's not just the dollar cost of what it's everything. It's a complicated formula to arrive at a water rate, very complicated. And the cost of all the infrastructure, the pipelines, the lakes, the evaporation, all that is built into that rate.
And a poor citizen doesn't understand that. What a poor citizen realizes is, personally, I'm paying more for water than I paid for rent when I was in college. And that's what I understand. I don't understand the complicated formula on how you charge Edmond. I'm sorry?
I paid more for my last car than I did for the house I bought right out of college. I'm not sure that that's
but where I'm going with that is education doesn't follow inflation. It's astronomically different than inflation. Water, you would think that the cost of water would somewhat follow inflation because it's a commodity. And so that's where I'm going with that.
Well, I think if you compare water rates, it does follow inflation. I mean, it's gone up as the cost of providing it and the cost of continuing to be able to provide it. I think it has gone up.
But unfortunately, it's not factored in. It's not factored in when the Federal Reserve does its analysis of inflation. It doesn't look at water rates.
Steve, thanks very much.
All right, appreciate
your work. Anyone else here hoping to speak as a part of the public hearing on the water rates changes? Pat, do you want to say something?
Mr. Mayor, I have a word from our secretary that the easement on project 8A11 has been delivered. So I would like to void our deferral of it and move for approval. I'm not sure if I can do that with one motion.
Let's finish the water rate public hearing first, and then we'll get to it. Okay. Why don't we have a motion to move the item 8F forward? This is to conclude the public hearing. Larry, do you have a question?
I'd just like to make a brief comment if I could.
Yeah, on the water rates?
On the water rates.
Okay.
I want to appreciate, Jim, if you would, pass along to Marcia Slaughter my appreciation for the research that she's done. We met this morning again, and she's going to provide me some more information. I'm not optimistic that my initial hypothesis will be able to be implemented, and that dealt with trying to figure out a way so that folks with limited income would not be impacted by the new water rate increases. That may not be possible, but she's going to get me some information between now and 2 weeks from now, and so you may hear from me again at that point. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to vote on item 8F. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously, and that item moves forward. All right, as Pat said, we now have the technicals have been brought in? The easement's been brought in. I think what we need, Pat, is a motion to rescind the deferral, and then we'll vote on the issue.
Move to rescind our deferral.
And this is on item 8A11. So cast your votes, and that motion to defer has been rescinded. And now we need a motion.
Approval.
So now we're voting to approve item 8A11. Cast your votes, and that item is approved. We're on to item 8G, and this is also a public hearing. This regards the changes to our procedures for the discontinuation of water service. Is there anyone here that has showed up today hoping to speak on item 8G? All right, how about a motion then to move this forward?
Move the item.
Cast your votes, and it passed unanimously. And item 8H is on the vehicles for hire, and I'm going to ask Councilman Shadid, the Vice Mayor, to take over for this part of the conversation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, M.T. Berry was here 2 weeks ago, or I guess it was about a month ago now, to introduce this, and I'd ask M.T. to step up and spend a couple of minutes just kind of reframing the issue for council, if you would, please.
Good morning. M.T. Berry, City Manager's Office. The ordinance amendments that you have before you today are designed to address public safety and consumer protection concerns with companies that are currently marketed as ride-sharing, but under Oklahoma law are providing vehicle for hire services. The proposed regulations are intended to apply to Uber, which is operating the Uber X model here in Oklahoma City, and Lyft, both of which use digital platforms and private citizens in their personal vehicles to provide vehicle for hire services. I'm not sure what's happening to the microphone here. This document, the ordinances that you have before you, is a culmination of approximately 10 months' worth of work in which staff from the Municipal Counselor's Office, the Police Department, and the City Manager's Office researched the business models of Uber and Lyft. We conducted several meetings with representatives of the local taxi and limousine industry. We've conducted several meetings and telephone conversations with Uber and Lyft representatives. Based on the feedback that we received from all of these groups, we finalized our recommendations to the amendments that you have before you today. I must say, though, at this point, that despite our best efforts, the taxi and limo industry, nor Uber and Lyft, are totally happy with what we're presenting to you today. In its current state, Chapter 56 of our municipal ordinances consists of an Article 1, which is motor vehicles for hire, which basically contain the regulations for taxis and limos. Article 2, which covers carriages and what we call pedicabs. Article 3 is all new language. Article 3 is entitled Transportation Network Vehicles and Transportation Network Companies. The language that you see there incorporates the current practices and requirements that currently are applied to taxi and limo industry and address the public safety and consumer protection concerns that we had with any type of vehicle for hire. The requirements that you find in Article 3 also take into account as much as possible the business models of Uber and Lyft as much as we could within the framework of public safety and consumer protection concerns. There are a lot of requirements there. I won't go over them individually. I do have staff here that worked on this, so we are available for any questions that you might have as we proceed with the public hearing.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
MT, I've been approached by the taxi cab people indicating they felt this was unreasonable in that the Uber people, like, also had an advantage in terms of insurance. Is there a way that's been dealt with, or are they misreading the proposed ordinance?
The insurance that Uber specifically, has provided us with information on their insurance policies. We have discussed, our legal staff have discussed those policies with the city's insurance expert, and the insurance expert has advised us that those policies do cover the language that we have in the ordinance related to transportation network vehicles And it's basically very similar to the insurance that the taxi industry provides. There may be a little bit of difference in how it's covered from the taxi industry.
That was their concern, is that they're providing insurance for their drivers at the commercial rate on the way home when the taxi cab is not available for service. Is there any requirement when the fellow gets home and gets in his own personal car that he has any insurance other than that required by basic law?
I'm sorry, but I didn't follow entirely your question.
Well, the yellow cab driver goes home. He parks his yellow cab, gets in his private car. Is there any insurance requirement on that driver and that car that exceeds just the normal limits set by the state law?
No, sir.
Thank you.
MT, another issue that was raised relates to the fact that the transportation network companies have the capability of, I guess, what's described in the media as surge pricing.
Yes, ma'am.
And can change their rates, where our taxi cabs are currently required to post their rates, and that requires a 30-day notice.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, as it stands right now, and the way we've proposed it, the way we have, they can and do, the transportation network companies do perform what they call surge pricing. The intent of that, as I understand it, is to encourage more drivers to make themselves available to transport people during peak hours of operation, special occasions, New Year's Eve, 4th of July, things along those lines. Whenever a surge pricing is implemented by these companies, when you book your ride with these companies through a electronic device, cell phone, tablet, something along those lines. And when you access the company's booking mechanism, then it will tell you right there where the surge pricing has been implemented. One of the issues right now that we have with our taxiing companies is that there's no way to immediately notify the public that surge pricing is in place. Now, some of them have claimed that they have apps that will do that, but we've not seen those yet. We would certainly be willing to reconsider our position on that once we've seen that and how it works. But we have seen the Lyft application, we have seen the Uber application. And so when a consumer looks at it and they see that there's surge pricing there at 2 times or 3 times or 4 times the rate, then they are able to make an intelligent decision at that point as to whether or not they want to book that ride or call a taxi or call a limo or some other form of transportation.
So the purpose of the distinction is to protect the consumer from a massive rate increase that they don't have the ability to be aware of.
Ahead of time, yes, ma'am.
Ahead of time. Okay.
Yes, you may wait for 15 minutes, 20 minutes for a cab to get there and then find out the surge pricing is in effect.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Chief, the refusal of service, can you explain that, whether or not the taxis can refuse service and whether or not Uber and Lyft can refuse service?
It turns out to be an issue of the business model. Technically, we say no, taxi cabs cannot refuse service. Once Lyft or Uber have agreed to provide service, they can't refuse service except under exigent circumstances. Basically, the way the system works is with Uber and Lyft, you access them again through your electronic device. You see which cars are available. You make a request for a ride. If nobody that's operating on the platform at that time accepts that ride, then Uber or Lyft really have no obligation to require someone to pick you up. However, once someone does accept that ride and they respond to you, then they are required to provide you with that ride unless exigent circumstances exist. A person is drunk or disorderly, something along those lines.
Okay,
and you certainly cannot discriminate based on age, race, sexual orientation, things along those lines.
What about locations? Say, for example, if I right here at 200 North Walker and I wanted to go to Northeast 23rd and Martin Luther King, what if the driver doesn't want to take me to Northeast 23rd and Martin Luther King?
Once that driver has accepted that ride through the application, because that is what they do, then the driver would be obligated to provide that ride to you.
Okay. Thank you.
One quick question, follow-up. Can the driver turn a person down who's got a pet?
Can you turn a person down without a what?
Who has a pet with them, a dog, cat, canary, whatever?
No, service animals, again, if it's
not necessarily a service animal, it's a household pet.
Well, I think our ordinance addresses service animals. It doesn't just address household pets. Legal? Just service animals? We don't make any requirements for household pets, just service animals.
So a Uber driver or a yellow cab driver could turn somebody down if they had a pet. There would be no implication.
As long as it is not a service animal, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Quick question, again, Mr. Mayor, Chief. One of the things that was said that Uber and Lyft, they have the option of not servicing someone who may have a handicap. Is that true?
If a Uber or Lyft driver is unable to accommodate a person with a physical disability, a motorized wheelchair, or a wheelchair that just simply won't fit into their vehicle, something along those lines, then what our ordinance requires them to do is to assist that person in obtaining the transportation that they need, whether that be by summoning someone else on their platform who has a vehicle that can accommodate it, or by calling a taxi.
And then another question is city staff able to access the driver records or the log? Let me rephrase the question. Does Uber and Lyft have a log that the city staff can access? Similar to what the cabs are required to have?
Our ordinance requires both Uber and Lyft and any other company, by the way, that happens to come in and want to do business with a similar business model to them. But it requires their drivers at the current state with the language we have, requires their drivers to allow us to see the trip records that are contained in the phone or the electronic device that they use to conduct business. Those records are there. And we can also obtain the records from the companies. It may require a subpoena or a court order, but we can get those from the company.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief, when a person places a request for a ride on either Uber or Lyft, does the estimated cost of that trip come up on their cell phone or smartphone?
I believe that both companies' applications would provide you with enough information that you could calculate what it would cost you to go from point A to point B. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Back on the posting rates, why do we require cabs to post rates? I'm trying to kind of I'm just grappling with the principle behind the city government saying that you have to have this rate.
I believe initially that was started just to make sure that the rates were fair and reasonable. The Traffic Commission approves their initial rates, as I understand it, but any amendments or any time that they want to raise those, I don't believe that goes before Traffic Commission. I just think that they have to provide the city clerk with 30 days notice that they wish to amend their rates. Beyond that, I'm not real sure, sir. I
think it has to do with the gouging of customers, the potential gouging of customers. You get into a taxi and you don't know what your rate's going to be, and you can get a ride from the airport to downtown and it's $80 and not expected.
I think that responsibility is on the consumer. I know that if I got into a taxi and it didn't have the rates posted, that would probably be the first question I would ask. I think that would be a real easy issue to deregulate and make it fair, and because I know that that's a big pushback from both sides, but I know we're going to get into all that later.
I have a question on the unlawful refusals of service. You said sexual orientation, but my reading of 5649B lists race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin. It doesn't list sexual orientation. So is that a clerical error?
Well, my mistake, sir. I didn't have the ordinance before me as I was speaking that to you. But certainly we would not allow a discrimination of any type.
So would you be opposed to an amendment that added sexual orientation?
No, sir, I would not.
Part of the business model seems to be that you write reviews. The drivers write reviews of the riders write reviews of the drivers, just like Airbnb and other internet software is on the same principle. So if some rider had multiple poor reviews, they were abusive to drivers, they would not be able to, the driver wouldn't be able to look at those reviews and refuse service on somebody who had multiple poor reviews.
Well, as indicated to me by both Uber and Lyft in no uncertain terms, they are intent on providing the best of service. If they have a driver who gets bad marks, and that's another one of the advantages that they have, is that they get immediate feedback as part of the ride experience. You're able to let Uber and Lyft know the performance of their drivers immediately. And so they tell me, and they have assured us, that if our driver gets a bad review, we suspend them from service.
But what about a rider? If a rider gets poor reviews, is the driver able to refuse to pick up that?
I'll have to let Uber or Lyft answer that question. I'm not sure how they handle that in their
Well, I'm talking
platform.
about our ordinance that outlines unlawful refusals for service. It would seem to indicate that the driver would not be able to refuse to pick up that rider even though they held multiple poor reviews.
Well, again, understand how the application works, sir. When you download the application for Uber or Lyft, you do so, and you can't activate it until you've entered your personal information, your credit card information, all of that information in there. If Uber and Lyft decide that they don't want to provide service to you because of poor behavior, then they won't accept anything from you. You can't access their system.
Okay. All right.
They just turn you off.
Okay. Yes.
Chief, I noticed this weekend, I'm trying to get up to speed on this whole issue, and I'm a neophyte on it. I noticed on some taxi cabs that I saw going around Bricktown that they had a Department of Transportation emblem on the cab with a number after it. Every taxi is required to have some type of DOT registration?
I'll have to ask my vehicle for hire supervisor.
Morning. To answer that, USDOT is kind of regulated through the Oklahoma Corporation Commission. So certain stipulations, federal and state-wise, whether or not that number is required. Like the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, if a company is solely operating within one city, they're not required to have that number. However, if they're picking up or crossing city lines of more than one city, then yes, they are.
So if I had a cab that was going to service both Edmond and Oklahoma City, I would need that DOT number on my cab?
Yes, you would have to register it. There's two different things we're looking at, or two different type of subjects here. If you're talking to the U.S. Department of Transportation, those are mainly for companies that would cross state lines. In which case, yes, if a company was able to travel, or their policy was that they could pick up someone crossing state line, they wouldn't need the USDOT number. What I quoted you about Oklahoma Corporation Commission is strictly intrastate, going from city to city.
So now, is it contemplated that an Uber vehicle would have that same requirement?
We have contacted the Oklahoma Corporation Commission concerning the county issue and whether or not they felt like there was a need for them to place any regulations on the companies like Uber and Lyft, and so far we've not received any answer back from them as to whether or not they feel that they need to regulate those companies whatsoever. And I don't believe either of these companies currently provide transportation services that go from one state to the other, but I believe Uber is here, so you could probably ask them that.
Any other questions of MT? Okay, thanks. So we'll move forward with the public hearing. We've got about 20 people who've signed up to speak, and I'd ask that we limit that to 3 minutes. 3 minutes would be an hour. And so I would want to say that I appreciate your patience going through the meeting and waiting to talk on this. if we could limit it to 3 minutes and maybe kind of try and cover area that the speaker before you hasn't covered. There are lots of cities that are creating ordinance, and no two cities have done it exactly the same. So there is no textbook answer. This is a new phenomenon, and certainly I want to hear, and I think the rest of the council wants to hear from the public, any ideas that you have, any ideas for amendments. I would just ask, sometimes when you have competing economic interests, there's a temptation to crosstalk or heckle, and certainly we want to treat everyone with respect. It's very difficult to get up and talk. Everybody's heart is racing, and we want to treat everyone with respect as we move through this process. I have these 20 speakers in alphabetical order. Sometimes when there are entities, they have one person who would like to go first. I guess I'd ask, is there anyone who has a desire to speak first? Otherwise, I'll just move through alphabetical order. Yes?
So I'm with Uber. I'm happy to speak first.
Okay, go ahead. And if each speaker can just give your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Puneet Kant. I'm a general manager with Uber. I managed the operations in Oklahoma starting from December of last year. And then I've also had the opportunity to work with the city office as we go through this process.
Can you just tell us your address, where you're from?
Yes, my address is 1319 North Wood Street in Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you.
So I'll just make a brief statement, and then if there are questions that you would like to direct specifically about Uber, I'm happy to answer them if I'm able. So thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak today. First and foremost, I want to thank the city for the thoughtful and extensive work that they have done on the ordinance that is under consideration. As Mr. Berry mentioned, it's been about 10 months of a process, and I think where we are is in a pretty good place. The ordinance clearly recognizes that the ride-sharing model provided by companies like Uber is different from traditional vehicle-for-hire models. I'd also like to express that we are excited to be in Oklahoma City and look forward to continuing to be part of this community. However, I would like to note that the ordinance does present several serious impediments to the abilities of companies like Uber to continue to provide expanded transportation options for the citizens of Oklahoma City. Uber is just that, an option, and riders are free to choose whatever means of transportation they prefer. Since Uber launched in October of last year, we have connected thousands of riders in Oklahoma City with drivers because those riders, those consumers, have chosen to request rides with Uber. For all of those rides, we provide industry-leading insurance, conduct extensive background checks on drivers that we partner with, and offer a convenient and safe cashless payment system. In addition, as was mentioned just earlier, after every ride, users are prompted to rate their drivers and vice versa, which we monitor in real time, allowing us to maintain an incredibly high level of quality on the system. We have firm data from cities as varied as Seattle and Philadelphia that show the impact that expanded transportation options like Uber have on reducing drunk driving. That is no surprise. In Oklahoma City, by looking at our data, I can tell you that the vast majority of our rides occur on Friday and Saturday nights after 9 p.m., with a particular spike after midnight. Beyond that, we have connected riders needing rides because their cars were in the shop, requesting rides because they were too far from the downtown area who traditionally have issues getting taxis to come out and pick them up, and riders are seeking a reliable way to get to the airport on time. To accomplish this, we have partnered with an amazing variety of drivers in the area. You'll hear from several of them today. These drivers are regular citizens of Oklahoma City and range from retired folks looking to supplement their income, students finishing graduate degrees who drive to help pay for school, and people in between jobs trying to stay on their feet. Partnering with Uber represents a meaningful economic opportunity to these drivers who then in turn spend that additional income right here in the community. We're excited to continue to connect riders with safe, reliable, and affordable form of transportation and to empower our driver partners to expand their economic opportunity in Oklahoma City. Thank you for your time, and as I said, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that I can about Uber's business model or anything else.
Larry?
In your comment, very good. In your comments, though, you said that the current documentation that's been provided you would hinder you from accomplishing these goals that you articulated. Can you give me 2 or 3 specifics of what you're objecting to?
Yes, I can, and thank you for the question. The specifics about what I'm referring to are the requirements of the ordinance to have drivers go through a permitting process with the city that includes things which we consider to be onerous and not directly tied to public safety. So, for example, the requirement for a physician certificate before drivers are allowed to receive a permit from the city, the requirement for the city to personally inspect vehicles depending on their age. Those are things that we feel that are best handled by the transportation network companies themselves as opposed to the city.
All right, are you as a TNC, are you inspecting the vehicles? Are you doing ride-alongs with your drivers?
We do inspect vehicles. We've also discussed with the city that we are more than willing to institute a process by which we work with certified mechanics to inspect every vehicle with a mechanical inspection.
Any other questions?
I may have a question for him later on, so could I call him back up? Thank you.
Sure.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak next? Otherwise, we'll just Mr. Ogden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Richard Ogden. I represent Kings Worldwide Transportation. My address is 210 Park Avenue, downtown Oklahoma City. I reside in Ward 7 at 612 Northeast 17th Street. I think most of you all have received my letter. This same letter in substantive form was presented to the Traffic Commission. I think that what I want to say today primarily is that we would like to thank M.T. Berry, we'd like to thank Cindy Richard for their hard work, and I think that this ordinance goes a tremendous way in trying to make sure that public safety primarily is taken care of for the citizens of Oklahoma City. I'm going to address some of these points rather quickly. I do have another attorney from my office that if I don't get to these points, his name is Colin Walkie, he would like to perhaps pick up where I leave off. But I think that primarily what I want to say today is that what the council has done in terms of entertaining, even hearing Uber and Lyft is a privilege. Because as of this morning, neither company is registered to do business in the state of Oklahoma. Now that's the baseline operation for any type of foreign corporation to do business in the state of Oklahoma. If they were one block this way, they would not be permitted to speak. In fact, state law says that they would not be able to even defend an action. So I think that primarily where we need to be is to say Uber does need to come to the table, be a full participant, not just give lip service to certain things. And that means that make sure that they are participating, make sure that they are legitimate partners in negotiations with the city. We have concerns about that because at one time they say that they are a transportation network company when they're talking with the city, but at another time when they're in federal court they say they're just simply an application. So we need some honesty here from both Uber and Lyft. And I think that what happens here is that the city's ordinance, the proposed ordinance, gives that transparency, gives that regulation, gives that safety to the people of the city of Oklahoma City. So the basis here was that they came to M.T. Berry and said, we would like to have, in this instance, Article 3, written in a way to accommodate the method of the TNCs, the Transportation Network Companies. And so I think that by and large, I represent Kings Worldwide Limousine, and this is the one company that I represent, so I cannot speak for everyone. But that there still are a number of factors here that need to be addressed. For example, Section 56 does not require transportation network companies to disclose the names of the owners or officers and managers of the applicant. Well, that's why you have to register to do business in the state of Oklahoma, but they haven't done that either. And the reason why is because if they do get into an accident, to trigger that insurance, which, by the way, the insurance is not primary, it's secondary, meaning that if you're in an accident in that cab, your insurance gets hit first, the driver's insurance may get hit first, and only after that would Uber's insurance get hit. So while it looks like a really fancy big policy, it takes a long time to get to that. The next thing is that with regard to the fares being reasonable and non-discriminatory, the reason why this city has the regulations in place for fair and reasonable fares is the fact that sometimes, and this has happened, Someone will get into a cab from Edmond, crossing city lines. It's cheaper to come down to Oklahoma City, but then when you go back, you get the surge pricing. So, I mean, is that really fair? And I think that we have to really question that. With regard to the motor vehicles for hire under Section 56, there needs to be a city action plan number, a card in the cab itself, so as to provide people the opportunity to know how to contact a city official if there is a problem. This has come up before. There was an incident in Oklahoma City recently, and there was no way for the driver to even know who to contact. With regard to the sufficient number of permitted drivers, this is something that is required of the motor vehicles for hire. There's a reason for that. If motor vehicles for hire are under that regulation, then so should TNCs.
Richard, do you think we could have Colin do the other?
Yes, absolutely, Vice Mayor.
Based on those arguments, do you think this council should look at entities like Airbnb that are using same platforms to rent out homes and apartments and are also not registered and also may or may not have insurance?
Well, I think that, I think that's a valid question, and I don't know enough about the business model of Airbnb. What I do know about is that, at least what has recently been reported by CNN, is that Uber is a $17 billion company. That tells me that there is a significant corporate structure and ownership, but it's very veiled. As far as Airbnb or, vacation rentals by owner, I'm not for sure if, in fact, those sites, and I'm not even for sure if there's really an application for that, if there's really such a corporate structure. And I think that's my concern, is that we need transparency. I'm very happy with the city ordinance and that it moves a long way in terms of that transparency and the accountability and the safety for the public.
Thank you.
If I could add just a comment about that, I think, one of the conversations about Airbnb and some of these other sharing economy things are that the most important thing that you have and develop as an individual is your reputation. And that goes to the conversation about a passenger that's unruly multiple times. That information is provided, and they would be taken off any one of these sharing networks. If a driver gets bad feedback, and it's instantaneous, you can see that, they're automatically taken off the network. If you go stay at an Airbnb place and you trash it, you lose your reputation and you lose access to it. So there is a lot of transparency throughout the system because of the business model that I've been comfortable with. I mean, some of these things are very complicated to get your arms around, but the level of transparency in the interaction between the drivers and the passengers, I think, is a very high level.
And if I may, I think that the level of transparency that my client is most concerned about, and that I think the citizens should be most concerned about, is the level of transparency between the $17 billion corporate entity and then these individual drivers, whereas at one point in time they just simply say we're an app, at another point in time they say we are a transportation network company. And so I think that the ordinance goes a long way in terms of bridging that gap, and we're very complimentary as city staff for doing that. With regard to the transparency more between the driver and then the consumer, I think that is also a good point. However, being a resident of Ward 7 and having known the fact that sometimes it's difficult to get cabs, even though they're required to go to Ward 7, I can't imagine what would happen if, in fact, Uber is able to simply say, we're just simply not going to respond to this address. So I think there has to be some practical application to the enforcement, making sure that people from all wards of this city have the ability to utilize Uber and Lyft.
And that's Mr. Mayor, if I may, and that is a concern of mine. What if, for example, someone who live in a low-income area, let's say southeast side of town or southwest side of town, and that they are signed up to Uber, have the app, but nobody wants to go there because of the not race, but the particular location. Now, to my understanding, that taxi cabs have to go, but Uber and Lyft may not have to go. And so that is a concern of mine, is location. I'm not bringing up race. I'm bringing up location. Because I do worry about that. Now, I live in the heart of Northeast Oklahoma City, and it's hard to receive service a lot of times. And I represent not only Northeast, I represent Southeast and Southwest, where you do have a population that the neighborhood may not be like it is in Edmond, for example. Will Uber and Lyft come to those neighborhoods, or will they just completely ignore? So that's a major concern of mine. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's a major concern of mine.
Anybody else that'd like to speak next?
Thank you very much.
Colin, you want to?
My name is Colin Walke. My address is 210 Park Avenue, Suite 3030, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73102. I'm here on behalf of King's Worldwide Transportation as well. And to touch on Mr. Pettis' point real quick, and to respectfully disagree with Mr. Berry's position, how would we ever know whether or not Uber or Lyft refused rides to individuals because of their location? Motor vehicles for hires, taxi cabs, limousines are required upon demand by the motor vehicle for hire inspector to produce their records. Transportation network companies are not. They have a specific exemption that requires that their documents and records only be produced pursuant to court order or subpoena. So they do not have full disclosure and are not under the same obligations that taxi cabs and limousines are with regard to being open and transparent with this city. With regard to the insurance issues, in addition to Uber's and Lyft's insurance being secondary as opposed to primary, another issue is the fact that in between fares, the policy limits shift from $1 million down to about $100,000, depending on the size of the vehicle. That same obligation is not met with regard to taxi cabs. If you're a taxi cab, you have to have the same limits whether you are in between fares or whether or not you are actively engaged in a fare. It makes no sense to be able to allow TNCs to unilaterally drop their coverage limits in between fares. There was a young child who was struck and killed in San Francisco a few years ago in between fares. The policy limits should be the same, irrespective of whether they're actively engaged in a fare or in between fares.
Colin, does that in theory affect the price? I mean, is that a...
Well, whether it affects the price or not, I think is immaterial, because you're imposing that obligation upon taxi cabs and limousines to have the same insurance rates. And so if you take cost into consideration and say, well, Uber and Lyft's costs are going to go up if they have to have the same insurance rates, whether they're in between fares or engaged in a fare, well, you're giving them a competitive advantage for no reason whatsoever.
And I was looking at it in reverse. You know, I don't know how somebody prices an insurance policy that says, I'm going to be, you know, in between fares for 20% of my time, so my...
Right.
You know, I think it's pretty hard to infer that that's going to reduce the cost and give them a competitive advantage versus what we're currently requiring on taxis and limousines.
Well, but I think that proves the point is Mr. Berry stated that the reason why these rules are drafted the way they are is in order to accommodate the business model of TNCs. Well, the only difference between a TNC and a taxi cab is the method in which you request the ride. Otherwise, they're always going to be either engaged in a fare, in between fares, or off fares. They're not going to be working. So if you're going to change the policy limits for TNCs, you ought to change it for motor vehicles for hire. It should be a level playing field. It has nothing to do with the manner in which Uber and Lyft conducts business. And that's the key, is that none of these changes in Article 3, none of these discrepancies have anything to do with whether or not it is a TNC or motor vehicle for hire. Why do they not have to disclose their names of the directors, owners, and officers of the company? Who knows? Taxi cabs have to. Limousines have to. It has nothing to do with the manner in which they're operated.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Dr. Shulia.
Anyone else who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir. Sure. Yeah.
Good morning, City Council members and Mr. Mayor. He's not here, I guess. Okay. My name is Chuck Cotton. I'm the sole owner of VIP Limousine for 24 years, and I'm a member of the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce. I did my undergrad and my grad work in safety education, and I was a former high school driver education teacher. I give my input and my time nationally to federal, state, local officials, and regulators regarding unregulated transportation companies such as Uber and Lyft. I do not accept money or favors from anyone for my time. I've had an opportunity to give input to Oklahoma City officials regarding these amendments. M.T. Berry, Chief City, and the city attorneys have done an outstanding job in developing a model ordinance that allows innovations for unregulated companies to become compliant to transport the public for hire in the city of Oklahoma City. The amendments certainly are not cumbersome or difficult to Uber or Lyft, as they claim. The Traffic Commission has unanimously passed on these amendments. All 107 regulated carriers in the state have no problems complying with the laws of Oklahoma. Yet Uber and Lyft tried to stall other city councils from voting. This gives them opportunities to build customer bases rapidly and operate unregulated, freely, without compliance and enforcement. To the best of my knowledge, Uber and Lyft have yet to comply with any city ordinance, state or federal law anywhere. Now, why? Because their business platform will fail if they have to comply with the transportation laws of our country. Will they obey and comply with the laws of Oklahoma and Oklahoma City? My personal opinion is it would be very doubtful. These companies would comply and obey the laws. It would be very doubtful. And they will continue to operate unregulated as they are doing in every other city. Enforcement is certainly a challenge. Today, I ask the council to vote yes for two reasons. First, the city will be protected from liability and exposure. Secondly, the citizens who use their services will be protected if there's a cash claim due to an injury or death. Of course, if the city continues to let Uber and Lyft operate unregulated, the claimant's attorneys could sue the city for potentially millions of dollars, as those companies' insurance will not pay the cash claim, because the policy is only a general liability surplus line coverage for their company only, not the passenger. Your yes vote gives Uber and Lyft an opportunity to become compliant and protects the city and the passenger. Your yes vote is the best insurance policy for the city of Oklahoma City, and the premium is free.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak next?
My name is Pam Thompson. I'm the managing partner of Yellow Cab of Oklahoma.
And I don't know if I should say good morning or good afternoon.
Can you just give us your address for the record, please?
107 Northwest 14th, Oklahoma City.
Thank you.
I have several things here I'd like to provide for you. One is the District of Columbia study on this issue. One is the very new, just released last week, SMU study on this for the city of Dallas. And I have a copy of Mr. Ogden's report because yesterday when I talked to several of you, no one had seen it yet. So it's very good and I want to make sure you read that. And first of all, I want to thank the city for all the hard work they've done. And as far as it goes, I think it's wonderful. But there's been several misaccurate and misrepresentations made here that I would like to address. First of all, Yellow Cab is a digital transportation service. And it is a great model that these guys have. And we had it first. We connect riders over a digital platform with our drivers. We have more tech in our vehicles than they have in theirs. Every Yellow Cab has a tablet, a TaxiLink box, which is a mini computer at the minimum, and they almost all have smartphones, radios, and digital meters. So, I oppose everything in the proposed ordinance which exempts any on-demand service from complying with the current vehicle for hire ordinances or which creates more responsibilities for a taxi than you're creating for the TNVs, TNCs. I'm really nervous, so you all have to bear with me. These ordinances have been created over a decade, and when we tried to have a business model that was like theirs, the City Council and the Traffic Commission said, this is not in the best interest of our citizens. It's not in the best interest of our citizens that you can surge price or charge whatever you want. Your rates have to be set, so you put that on us. And so I cry foul when you let somebody come in who is providing a vehicle for hire service the same as mine, and you're going to allow them not to have regulated rates. This giant multinational corporation, which you've heard, Uber, $17 billion, and I'm just little old Pam Thompson, Oklahoma City. I'm the small business owner. I'm reliant upon you to look out for me and protect me and give me the same playing field they have. The only difference in what I'm doing and what they're doing is we take phone calls. And the way the current ordinances are written, the proposed ordinances, I would have to walk away from my call center because they are not allowed to take phone calls. And my family has spent the better part of a century building this business and providing service to Oklahomans, and we've built our call center. I love this business model. I think a lot of these people here would make great cab drivers. I would like not to have capitalization at the rate we have to have. It's your ordinances that require us to have identifying paint schemes and have all the things in it that make it expensive, that make some of these people maybe not want to drive a cab. I'd like to be able to have a flex fleet. I'll be honest, the first of the month I can't handle all the business because you can't dedicate that much capital for 1 week in a month. You have to have an equilibrium, something that works for the whole month. I would like to build the flex fleet like they can. I want to be able to just put something on the side of my vehicle.
Ms. Thompson, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
If we were going to deregulate the tax, we don't really address what's already in place. If you were going to pick, what would you say the highest priority is in terms of deregulating the tax?
For me, it's the insurance issue, and there was something that was said here that's wrong. My drivers, their cars, they're all independent contractors. I do not own a single vehicle. My business model is just like theirs. I am a transportation network company. I put drivers and riders together. We give them what they need. We manage them to become a taxi driver. But they own their own cars or they lease their own cars. But the ordinances require that I have 24/7, 365 commercial insurance. And even though I have a digital platform, and I can tell you as accurately as any of them can when my drivers are driving or not, they have to be covered 24/7, 365. I would like this app on, app off, so that they can, because private insurance is so much less expensive than commercial insurance. So if they had their private insurance and I just had to provide the commercial insurance for when they were actually working, that would be a huge benefit. And any business owner knows that your costs are a significant driver in, advantages and disadvantages of your system.
Any other questions? Well, when the city reserves right-of-way for taxi cabs in Bricktown, at the airport, if we're going to bring Uber and Lyft under the same, would
You know that a cab driver cannot legally park in a parking space in Oklahoma City? If we needed to pick someone up in this building, he could not pull into one of those parking spaces without getting ticketed, and I assure you it happens on a regular basis. There are more public parking spaces than there are taxi stands. The taxi stands in this city are pitifully few and far between, and yet every one of these drivers can park in any public space they want. I'd be glad to give away every taxi stand to be able to park in a public space.
If TNCs were coming under the same regulations, would you be opposed to them using that right-of-way the way taxis do?
If the ordinances are just across the board the same, I'm for it. Don't make me do anything they don't have to do, and I want to all be on the same playing field.
Okay, thank you.
And here's something I want to talk about, surge pricing, that y'all didn't get to. There's nothing in the ordinances that discuss distances. There's no requirements on how they can or can't surge price. When I drive out to the Baptist Retirement Home at Council Road, Northwest Highway, and pick up Granny and take her across the street to Walmart, because I'm required to, because that's not a high traffic area, I can't hardly get a guy to do that, because for $2.50, it's just not worth it. So I have to give what I call a spiff. I have to guarantee him a good run or do something to encourage a driver to make that, because they're independent contractors. I can't force them to go. I have to guarantee them some other good run. Well, that's a cost. If they don't have to do those things, if they're just picking and choosing, and when you talk about that, they're all rating each other one way or another. If they're rating their passengers, what is that for if not to deny service to that individual? And what's going to keep them from saying, oh, this is a high crime rate part of town, or this is way out on the edge? And we all know that Oklahoma City is of the 50 largest cities, we are the least dense. You get on the edges, there's nobody out there. It's hard to service those areas. It costs us a lot of money to secure those areas for the citizens. And what's going to keep them from developing some kind of surge pricing system that if you're on the edge in a less dense area, that, well, to go out there, it's going to be a $5 or a $10 surcharge?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak next? Walter?
Hey, good morning, Dr. Shadid and Council. Many of you know me. I've been a Lyft driver since January. We've heard from a few owner management type people, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to hear from a driver. I've been interested in public transportation issues in Oklahoma City for about 25 years now, and I became a driver for Lyft so that I can a little bit better understand transportation issues in Oklahoma City. Turns out they're all over the map, literally and figuratively. But I'd like to answer some questions. I had a bunch of bullet points I wanted to talk about, but several questions have come up from the council members, and I'd like to address that as a driver, that probably only a driver can answer. What about going to 23rd and Martin Luther King at night? I've done that, and that's how I learned about Bobo's Chicken. I'm glad I went there, So I can answer that, yes, I do go there. And I've been over to Culbertson's East Island, and I've dropped off and picked up over there. And I've worked in the neighborhood over there for quite a long time. Pets that are not service animals. I've taken people's pet dogs places. I've taken keys places. No passengers, just keys. Can you take them here? I picked up my wife's keys by mistake. But yes, I have carried dogs. I've not refused to take a dog. I've not refused to go to the Northeast Side. People with disabilities, I've not had a person with disability request a ride from me yet, but I've been wanting and trying for a long time to reach out to my friend Lauren Branch, who runs the Oklahoma League for the Blind, or New View Oklahoma as it's called now, because I think Uber, Lyft, or a taxi service of any kind really would help out that community, the community of disabled people, and I'm eager to enter into that dialogue. About the log, I keep a log personally in my book so that I know where I've been so I get paid properly. Uber is great about paying me on time for everything that I drive for, and I appreciate that, but I do keep a log anyways. Dr. Shadid asked about refusing to take people of sexual orientation. I never knew where a gay bar was in Oklahoma City, but I know where about all of them are now. I've dropped off at the Habana, High-Low. I mean, I know where all these places are. I do not deny service to anybody for any reason. I never have. The opportunity exists. The rating system, I'll talk about the rating system. When somebody requests a ride, their rating pops up. And when they are looking for a ride, my rating shows up to them. So they can decide they don't want to accept a ride from me, just like I can decide I don't want to accept a ride from them. Their rating shows up, and I have 15 seconds or so to accept or decline a ride. And if I decide I don't want to give someone a ride who has a low rating, then I simply don't accept the ride in the first place. I'm not discriminating against anybody. I just don't want to take a risk of giving a ride to somebody who may be, regularly throwing up in the backs of people's cars, for example. Fortunately, I've never had that experience. About the surge pricing, Uber, I know, has recently instituted a plan where the driver has to key in a couple of times what the surge factor is prior to even initiating the ride. So they know, they're given the formula for how much it is per mile and how much it costs per minute that they're in the car. They know up front, and they acknowledge twice what that surge price is. That's how that works. I just want to give you an understanding of how that works. What about me as a driver? Well, I've been driving for 40 years. I was Neighborhood Alliance's Neighbor of the Year last year. I'm an upstanding citizen. I do a lot of work in the community, so I'm not a fly-by-night individual. What about my car? I drive a very nice late model car. It's very well maintained, serviced by the dealer. It's got very nice leather seats. The passengers are very comfortable. I keep it clean inside and out. And people still ask me, even though it's 3 years old, is this a new car? So I provide them a high level of service, often showing up to work in coat and tie because I just got it from a full-time job. One of the things that I really love about the ability to drive for Uber is the flexibility that it offers me. I have aging parents on the East Coast, and this gives me the opportunity as I go into semi-retirement pretty soon. I will be able to work here for a few weeks, go out there, help my parents out, and come back here and still have a job without having to accrue leave in advance. That level of flexibility is an employment opportunity for a lot of people, and somebody mentioned earlier graduate students or people who are between jobs. This is something that they offer. Whether somebody is an Uber driver or a Lyft driver or a taxi driver, one thing that these people all provide is making it very easy for somebody not to drink and drive. I cannot count the number of people. I would say 40% of the people that I've given a ride to are coming out of Bricktown, falling down drunk. Well, perhaps not all falling down, but some of them have been. But I get people home safely who have no business behind a wheel. I met a kid at a store, had a conversation with him about 3 months ago, and 4 days later he was dead, killed by a drunk driver. I want to keep drunk drivers off the street. It's one of the reasons that I stay with Uber. I provide that service to this city, and so do all these other people. Thank you, Dr. Shadid.
Is there anybody who'd like to speak next?
Thank you. My name's Casey Adejobi. My address is 2604 Northwest 35th Street, Oklahoma City. I've been a resident for Oklahoma City for the past 10 years. I work in the insurance industry and drive for Lyft on a part-time basis. I'm here today to speak to you for the community of Lyft drivers and others here. We've been fortunate enough to meet since my time as a founding driver here in Oklahoma City. I first discovered Lyft about 5 months ago and was excited to find a fun and flexible job that would serve as an additional source of income for my family. My experience with Lyft has been incredibly rewarding as I've met many wonderful people, both passengers and drivers. As a transplant from a neighboring state, the Lyft community has made me feel more at home than I have in the last 10 years. Being a driver has allowed me to relieve my family of financial burden. I'm proud to say that since the time I've started driving for Lyft, I've been able to pay off a significant portion of my student loans. It's also allowed my mother, who has aged out of the workforce, to return to a reliable source of income with Lyft. I'm here because I believe Lyft is something that's positively influencing our community. It allows people to get home quickly and safely, even after buses close at 9 p.m. or on the weekends when they don't run very often. With a quick Google search, you can see that Oklahoma City is on the rise. National newspapers frequently write about our strong economy, our low unemployment rates, and the quality of life for young, growing families like mine. As an innovative, business-friendly city, Oklahoma City should be embracing services that benefit the community, make customers happy, and provide financial stability for part-time drivers like myself. The proposed regulations, such as medical examinations and permit fees, present barriers that will prevent future part-time drivers from trying ride-sharing with Lyft or any other service. I strongly urge this council to avoid implementing overburdensome regulations and requirements that limit potential for ride-sharing in Oklahoma City.
May I just ask a question? And what are those? Why is this burdensome to you?
It would take away the financial reasons for me to drive. If I have to pay extra to participate in the ride-sharing program or take time out of my 40-hour work week to go to an extra medical examination, things like that.
Okay. I don't mean to be facetious, but you've been here since 8:30 this morning.
I understand.
And so you've taken a lot of time, and I think it would have taken about 15 minutes to get your permit. So I'm not sure that what we're asking of you is really so burdensome.
Okay.
No, just a comment.
Anything else? Thank you.
Hi, my name is April Mims. I'm a representative from Lyft. My address is 584 Market Street. And I'm here. I think we've had a lot of great comments on the record. One of the things I did want to point out is that we do have a community of Lyft drivers that are here, as you pointed out, Councilwoman. And the reason they're here is because they have the opportunity to onboard with the Lyft service very quickly. One of the things that Lyft, and I believe Uber has done a great job of doing, is providing criminal background checks, driver record checks, and primary insurance coverage for drivers. And that's one of the reasons why they love the service and why they've taken many hours out of their busy schedule. Many of them have full-time jobs and other obligations, but I just wanted to recognize the fact that they stayed for 3 hours just to be seen so that you all understand that that there is an existing industry here and you're going to hear from them. The people who are supporting the platforms like Lyft and Uber are consumers. And so what we're concerned about is the fact that the regulations that are being put in place are going to discourage people who might be future Lyft drivers, future Uber drivers, future drivers of transportation network companies that have not even come into Oklahoma City. But if they are forced to go through a process where they have to go down to City Hall and they have to apply for a permitting process and they have to subject themselves to an invasive medical examination and they also have to go through a vehicle inspection process as well as an ACE mechanical inspection process if their vehicle is more than 3 years old, they're just going to say it's not worth my time and not even try. We know that once they try Lyft and Uber, they love the service and they're willing to stay for many hours to speak on behalf of this great platform. What we're worried about is the people who haven't yet tried this platform. And we know that the heart of the Lyft platform is that when you turn on this app and when you open up the Lyft app, there are a number of cars that are around that are available. You, Councilman, you asked a great question about the ability of Lyft to provide service to underserved neighborhoods. This is an important issue to me as well. What I love about the Lyft platform is that it's a community-based platform. So the neighbors are providing rides to neighbors. When a Lyft request goes out, the first person that receives that request is the closest driver. So somebody who's in an underserved community would actually receive a Lyft from a member of that community. The other thing you mentioned is you were concerned about the destination. One thing that's great about the app is when the Lyft request goes out, these drivers do not see where the destination is until they accept the ride. So,
okay, quick question with
Sure.
that. What determines how much the Lyft driver charges?
So we have a publicly posted rate that's online. The rates for Oklahoma City, I believe, are $1 trust and safety fee, $1.80 base fee. It's $1.50 per mile and 20 cents a minute. So any person that's receiving a ride would be able to calculate that ahead of time. If there's ever a question about or a concern about what that person has been charged, there's actually a link when you receive your e-receipt. You can contact Lyft automatically. The bottom line is that we're all about customer service. We know that this platform wouldn't exist if there wasn't a consumer need, and it's in our best interest to provide that service or we won't exist anymore. I know that there were also questions about our insurance policy. I just want to clarify again, when you ride with Lyft, you are always covered by commercial insurance, and from the moment that driver accepts a request until they get out of the vehicle, there is primary insurance in place.
For many reasons, we struggle with public transportation. We're the largest city in the country without nighttime public transportation. Is there a way that Lyft or services like it could augment our public transportation?
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to point out, because I got to stay and listen to a great conversation about the streetcar that's going to be implemented in this city, and I think one of the great ways in which Lyft has been able to serve as a resource in other communities is providing what we call the first mile, last mile. And that's basically the concept that people want to use public transit. However, for people who don't live close to public transit, if they have to get into their vehicles and drive all the way to the public transit station, they're probably just going to stay in their car and continue to drive all the way. What Lyft and services like Lyft and Uber have been able to do in other places is to provide that first mile or last mile. Get people to the bus, get people to the streetcar, get people to the trolley system, and then they're more likely to participate in public transit.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, you had mentioned how much time it takes away for a Lyft driver to come down to City Hall, wherever the vehicles are expected. It just takes too much time, but yet you have drivers here currently, about time that this discussion is over with, they would have been here 4 or 5 hours. So if your drivers can sit here through this meeting, and which is going to be a long one, then I'm sorry, they can go through the process that will take anywhere between 15 minutes to an hour and get it done. So I'm sorry, I don't buy that one, okay? Because if they can come and sit through this meeting, they can take the same time and go and get a permit.
And can I respond?
I'm ashamed to say that if you came to my office to get a physical exam, it might take you longer than this meeting. But
you know what, Dr. Shadid, you may be right, but besides the physical examination, but them just coming down here, I think that's 15 minutes to an hour from what I've been told by staff, but I'm not including a driver coming to see you. That may take several days, so I just don't know.
Okay. Can I ask, have you seen the Tulsa model, the ordinance that's being proposed in Tulsa? What are your thoughts on that model?
So I haven't seen the most current draft. I was able to see a draft that was posted on the internet, I believe, in late July. And we do believe it's a model that provides a regulatory framework but will not crush the business model. One of the key elements of that ordinance that we've seen and many other ordinances across the country, including Washington, D.C., Detroit, Minneapolis, Baton Rouge, is that it's actually the transportation network company that's licensed. One of the things you all should consider as you go to approve this ordinance is the fact that you're going to have capacity issues in terms of law enforcement and people being able to manage the amount of drivers that are going to come in to try and get permitted, and you're also going to have to enforce that process. What we're saying is allow the company to be licensed in this city and hold that company accountable for conducting criminal background checks, conducting driver record checks, making sure that the vehicle's in good condition. You can audit us, you can subject us to reporting, but don't put the burden on drivers. We're not just concerned about current drivers, we're concerned about people who are going to use this platform in the future. The goal is for everyone in this room to be a Lyft driver in the future if they meet the requirements.
If you were going to make just one amendment to this ordinance, what would it be?
Well, I think our main concern, if the driver permits have to be in place, if that's something that is a big issue, is to get rid of the medical examination.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, the other thing I just wanted to say finally is that I do appreciate all of the work that Mr. Berry and his team have done. So we appreciate that. Thanks.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak next? Yes.
Hello. My name is Nate Benner. I live at 3612 Altadena Avenue. I'm not here to speak on behalf of Lyft, the cabs, or Uber. I'm here to speak on behalf of the consumer, the person who uses these ride-sharing services. As somebody who works in the entertainment industry and the bar industry as a bartender and an event planner, I often see several of the patrons drunk and getting ready to leave. Usually, more often than not, their main excuse for not wanting to call a cab is, I don't want to wait 45 minutes for a cab. We can get them on Uber, we can get them on Lyft, and they can have a ride within 3 or 4 minutes. These apps are saving lives. As far as the other thing that people have been talking about is the prices going up and the price surging. I actually went out on New Year's Eve. I had something to drink, and I decided that I wanted to take an Uber home. I got on the Uber app, and I saw that there was a price surge. It was going to be about 3 times how much it was going to cost me normally to take an Uber. And I got extremely upset. So I turned around and called Yellow Cab, and it was going to be an hour, 30 minutes, or up to 2 hours before I got a ride. I suddenly was more than willing to pay that extra money to have a ride within 15 minutes. I'm not asking y'all for anything. Our city is lacking horribly when it comes to public transit. Let's not make it more difficult to have this public transit here. If anything, let's make it easier for Yellow Cab and these other cabs, limo services to be here. And you talked about deregulating some of the Yellow Cabs. I think that's a great idea. If it's just as simple as letting them park in a parking spot and giving it a playing field, that's what we need to do. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
My name is Wes Preble, 3409 Southwest or Northwest 39th Street. I'm a independent driver for Thundercab, and I'm going to kind of take a little different approach to this ordinance. As a high school all-state debater, when I debated the negative side, there are 2 things you attack, and that is our funding and enforcement. The big issue with this law, in my opinion, is the enforcement. It is as it is presently written, and it will be even more so if this law is passed. I like the idea of the level playing field. I just think that's what everybody wants, is the same playing field. However, within the last week, I've seen Airport Express, which is by ordinance supposed to go to and from the airport only, downtown picking up a passenger. Breaks the code in front of police officers who are either A, not aware of the code, or B, don't really care because they want to get rid of the passenger. I've seen taxi cabs parked in parking meters not get ticketed for. I've seen taxi cabs parked in no parking zones right in front of the bars that supposedly we can't do. Again, nobody does anything. I've seen limos sitting underneath the hotels. bribing the bellman for the rides. Limos are supposed to be prearranged rides. They're not. Basically, what I'm saying is the law as it's currently written is not enforceable, primarily because Mr. Dancy does a great job, but he's way understaffed. And what you're asking now, if this ordinance passes, in my opinion, is he's already got 400 cabs that he's got to try to take care of with all the paperwork and all the changes that happen on a day-to-day. And then you're asking another 300 or 400 Lyft drivers to come in. They don't have the proper staffing to enforce it. And then the other issue in that area is a lot of the police officers are just unaware. Okay? A lot of police officers are just more concerned about getting the person out of the potential dangerous situation because he's drunk and he's volatile. And I get that and I understand that. But the officers need to understand that we're out to make money. And if a limousine who happens to be going by, or a Lyft driver who happens to be going by, they flag him down, picks him up, takes him, that's money out of my pocket because as a taxi driver, I'm allowed to cruise. Lyft's not allowed to cruise. Lyft has to have everything prearranged. I've seen Lyft people, I've seen Uber people out at concerts at the air park a couple weeks ago. As a taxi cab, I pulled up to wait for people to come out from the concert. There were 5 Lyft cabs there. None of them had a prearranged call. In fact, when another cab came in, all of them left because they knew that, hey, they were going to get in trouble because they're not supposed to pick up unless it's prearranged. So that's my biggest concern with it. I do, if you're interested, I have an idea on how to possibly correct and help with the enforcement issue, but my primary concern is the enforcement. Would you like me to go ahead with my idea, or? Okay, I mean, my idea, and a lot of cab drivers aren't going to like it, is to, right now the permit is $30 a year. I would like to see that permit go up to similar to what the airport does, and that would be $600. That money then would be earmarked towards Mr. Dancy and his division only, for him to allow a couple officers to actually patrol the streets, looking not for, fights and stuff, but specifically saying, okay, there's a bellman that paid off this driver for a ride. Hey, that's illegal. I'm going to give you a ticket. To walk around and make sure. Just an idea. Any questions?
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak next?
Good afternoon, Councilman and Councilwomen. They disappeared. Sorry. My name is James Keenan Jr. I live at 201 South Creekdale Drive, apartment 711, Norman, Oklahoma 73072. I come to speak on behalf of the drivers from our point of view. I moved to Oklahoma City from Chicago in 2010 after leaving Fort Sill in 2009 so I could come back here and be closer to my daughter. She wasn't born at the time. She was born later on. I moved down here with nothing in my pockets. I started out at the homeless mission, worked my way up from there. I'm a disabled veteran who served our country honorably from the 10th of August 2005 to December 14th, 2009. I was deployed to South Korea before released due to my physical limitations. I have degenerative disc disease, which prevents me from being on my feet for extended periods of time, and also holding a regular job that you have 8 hours, even 5 hours. When I first came to the city, I started out downtown with the City Rescue Mission. It took me 7 months before a bed opened up with the Veterans Homeless Program. I stayed there from 2011 to 2012. I had a handful of odd jobs around the city, but none of them last once I disclosed my physical limitations. And on one point, I worked at Jack in the Box. I woke up on a Sunday, a couple hours before my shift. I had to go to the ER for a medical emergency. I called my boss, and he fired me on the spot because his position, or he had a policy saying if you call in on the weekend, it doesn't matter what it's for, you're fired. I contacted corporate. They fired him, but they didn't give me my job back. So I moved around to any other job I could get. I ended up getting a forklift job, and I was there for about 5 months. I saved up $11,000, got out of the homeless program, got my own place, but after a while, they switched me to second shift. With all the medications I was on for my spine, I wasn't able to handle the shift switching in the time that they liked, so they fired me for that. I currently have 3 appointments at 3 times a week at the Oklahoma City VA, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 to 10, and Wednesdays from 1 to 2. This morning I gave up an appointment to be here today to speak to all of you. I have several daily medications I need to take to care for my spine. When I take them, they often make me drowsy or make me sleep randomly for a few hours throughout the day. Because of this, I'm not able to work a standard schedule, which makes holding any job pretty much impossible. Earlier this morning, you might have noticed I dozed off for about a half hour. Basically, I need a job with flexibility around the hours with my appointment schedule and with my medication schedule. Lyft allows me to work when I'm physically capable, when I don't have to be at appointments, and when I'm in a stable, alert condition to drive. My Lyft schedule varies depending on my body's reaction to my pharmaceuticals. Sometimes I work a couple hours in the morning, then go home for a nap, then come back to work a couple more hours. I work as much as I can without pushing my body too hard or putting my passengers in risk.
Okay.
I worry that medical examiners, if this bill passes.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak next? Yes, ma'am. No.
Hello, my name's Lauren Moore, 1150 Northwest 80th. I am a teacher and a coach. So, real simple, this is a great supplement to my salary. And being in the Lyft community, I feel like you have a lot of passionate drivers that are working for this company, which creates such a good, aura for people getting picked up. And with my players and my students graduating, and a lot of them moving to Norman, I feel like my mind is put at ease that they can use Lyft services to stay safe after high school. Thanks.
Truly good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Durant. I live at 8800 Sheringham Drive. I'm a resident of Ward 1, former resident of Ward 8. I'm here today, first of all, to thank the staff. Thank you guys for listening to us. But I don't only want to thank Chief Berry and his staff. I want to thank Chief City and Deputy Chief McDonald because they've been in meetings as well, and they haven't gotten their due credit yet today. So I want to thank those two. On the insurance issue, I would like to point out that the National Insurance Association, the National Insurance Commissioners Association, had a national meeting last week in Tennessee. They determined that the insurance was not, in their opinion, they didn't have a good handle on it, quite honestly. So they have established, the regulators across this country have established a working group to look into the insurance of Lyft and Uber. So if our regulators of the state insurance boards don't feel comfortable to say, yes, it's adequate right now, I'm not sure that anybody in this room or even outside of this room can say it's adequate. On the rating issue, earlier Chief Berry was asked about the cab rates and if they had to go before the Traffic Commission. Yes, they do. When they set their rates initially, when the city approved their rates, but if a cab company wants to go up on their rates, they have to notify the city, there has to be a 30-day notice, and there has to be a public hearing before those rates can go up. So they can't just decide to go up and it all be good. I think one of the other issues that I want to touch on is safety and security of the citizens of the state of Oklahoma and the citizens of Oklahoma City in particular. In every cab that you get into, be it yellow or thunder or green or checker, there are some numbers that are prominently posted. One of them is the city action line. If you feel like that driver has harmed you or has done you a disservice, you can call the Oklahoma City action line and get them looked into. Each cab also has their own corporate company telephone number, not only posted on the inside but on the outside of the cab. They also have 800 numbers. If you have an issue with an Uber or a Lyft or a Sidecar or any of these other drivers, you have only two options. One, get on your smartphone and give the driver a bad rating, or two, go onto their website and list what your issues are, and you may or may not get a response from the company within 30 to 45 days. I think taking care of our citizens quickly and efficiently is one of the primary functions of the City Council and the Traffic Commission and the law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Mr. Durant. Thank you.
If I could make one other point real quickly.
Sure.
You have to have a smartphone and a credit card to use their apps. I have a handicapped friend, a mentally handicapped friend that works for Homeland in northwest Oklahoma City. He gets to and from work by bicycle if the weather's good. If it's bad, his only option is to use a cab. He does not have a smartphone, he doesn't have a credit card, and there are several others along those lines that we could be leaving out of the transportation business if they're not able to use their cab services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
About 4 speakers left who've signed up to speak. Yep.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Chris Meredith, representing Farmers Insurance, 7340 West Memorial Road. And I just wanted to touch on the insurance issue real quick. I haven't seen the insurance policy, don't know what's in it. So I'm kind of going off of the websites. And most of them will say that we give you primary coverage from the moment you accept to pick someone up or match with a passenger. The problem becomes when you have your app on to the moment you match. If you're out driving around with your app on and all you have is your personal coverage and the umbrella coverage, you're driving uninsured because no personal auto policy is going to cover you if you're driving around looking for a ride or a fare. So that's a big concern that needs to be closed. But I just wanted to kind of clear that up a little bit from our perspective on what we see out there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there Trent England?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I am Trent England. I live at 2812 Northwest 43rd, and I work at the Oklahoma Council of Public Affairs at 1401 North Lincoln Boulevard. I'm an attorney, not licensed here in Oklahoma, but licensed in Washington State, where I just moved from a couple of months ago. But I work on public policy. And I wonder if all of you have heard what I've heard here today or not heard, which is data, which is information. I would submit to you that the most noble thing to do today, it would be the most humble thing to do, which would be to do nothing and see how this experiment plays out. Because no one has presented any compelling need for you to do anything. There's a lot of speculation about what might happen. One obvious question, 2 speakers ago, there's an 800 number. There are numbers posted in the cabs. How many people actually call the city to complain? When I first moved here, I had several people tell me, Taxi Service Oklahoma City, don't count on it, do something else. That's what I had residents warn me about, right? How many people call that number? It would be a good way to measure the public's faith in the city's ability to do something about those complaints versus how many people rate drivers or passengers on Uber and Lyft. From what I've heard, it sounds like the number of people who do that is very high. That, to me, as a policy analyst, would reflect the public's faith in those systems to actually do something about it. And perhaps, I'm just guessing here, that the number of complaints dialed into the city is very low. The public's lack of faith in the city's ability to actually regulate those cab companies. I'd like to step back because I'm sort of a student of the history of regulation. The reason why we regulate is not simply public safety. It's actually, that is the objective, right? But you all don't, I think, simply assert that you just know better than everybody else as a general rule, right? The reason why we have regulation is because of problems in information flow. And there's an additional reason when it comes to things like taxis and hoteliers. That is that it's a network industry. And there are specific interests in that and in information flow, right? the innovation of Uber and Lyft is that they have solved at least part of the problem that was the reason why we regulated these taxi services in the first place, which is that the contract is sort of formed with a taxi when I step in that door, right? I have no information at that point. When I'm waving on the street, I don't even get to choose really who pulls over and picks me up. That is a huge information problem. The regulations were designed in part to solve that problem. Uber and Lyft are part of a revolution, allowing people to actually have the information that they never used to have, to create these contracts ahead of time, right? And the network industry, right? The network for a cab company is actually the cabs out moving around the city. That is the network. The network for Uber and Lyft is different, right? So a passenger in a taxi is the user of the network. For Uber and Lyft, the passenger and the driver is using that network. And the Tulsa model, as I understand it, is to say, look, what we need to regulate is the network. There's still a network industry interest here in government regulation, but the driver is as much a user of the network as the passenger, right? And they have transcended this old problem that we had of information flow. So I just submit, let this play out. Let's see what happens. There's no reason to rush to action. This is very new. And as far as we can tell, if you look at the prices of taxi medallions in Boston and Chicago and New York, this hasn't hurt the taxi industry. There's a lot of concern about it. There are a lot of anecdotes, but it appears, and I think the bartender seemed to suggest, that the number of taxi drivers is staying constant. And what you have here are new people offering rides to people in the city, right? Any sand that you throw in those gears, if that is what's actually happened, and no one here seems to know, any sand you throw in those gears is hurting people, right? That much is clear. So I humbly submit that the city should do the humble thing, right? And wait and see, and actually wait for some data and some analysis rather than just speculation that largely seems to correspond with people's material interests. Happy to answer any questions.
I got a comment. I mean, I agree with most of what you just said, but the assumption that we shouldn't do anything I think is faulty, because right now we have an industry that is operating unregulated and competing against them, even though they would say they're not competing against them, that they are legitimately competing against another industry that is being regulated. So at the very least of what we should do is we should get rid of all the regulations of the taxi cabs. Like, if we're going to do the least amount, the most humble thing, then that was what we should do. But, that obviously causes some other issues. But I think just to say that we got to let it play out, because we've let it play out for how long now? Almost a year now. And so, I definitely think less regulation is better. And I think that Uber and Lyft have shown how somebody can operate unregulated in a pretty good way, and I think that I personally think that we need to model that to how we regulate the taxis.
I think, and when I say do nothing, I think the Tulsa model is essentially do something at the top level and allow it to play out for the drivers in a way that doesn't interfere with what they're doing. And I think you're right. And it was good to hear a little bit of that interchange with the taxi industry. I mean, the question is, can they change? The downside of regulation, and we know this is true in any case, no matter how good the regulations are, is that it creates barriers to entry, creates cartelization, and frankly, it's the reason why the taxi industry feels so at risk in the face of Uber and Lyft, is that they have enjoyed this barrier to entry, which frankly allows them to offer worse customer service than in more competitive industries. And that's just basic economics, right? It's not a slight on anyone. It's just the reality. Yeah.
Do we have data points in terms, it's only less than a 1 year experiment, is in terms of accidents or something going wrong with cars of Uber or Lyft drivers? I'm not asking you, I'm asking city staff.
The answer is no. We don't have any feedback at all on that. We don't have any data.
Okay.
I've surveyed some of the literature, and it is all really speculative because it is very, very new. I mean, there are studies, and frankly, I don't think there's studies on both sides. I don't think they're worth very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Carl Gaskins, live at 1424 Northwest 28th
Street.
Were you signed up to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. One thing sitting here, well, first of all, I'm in the cab industry. When I come before council, most all times I just say I'm a cab driver. I'm also a manager at Thunder Cab. Okay. I don't see a whole lot of this discussion explaining how the TNCs and TNVs do anything that taxi cabs already aren't providing or can't provide. We hear how the app is so wonderful and it connects people so well. Thunder Cab's been operating on an app since 2012, summer of 2012. Started off as Cabulous, now they call it Flywheel. Does exactly what these others are doing. You open the app, you push the button, the cab comes, you can see it coming on the map. Exactly what everybody says is so great. So we're already doing this, but we're doing it under the regulations provided by the city. We're doing it legally. I don't see how there's a benefit to everybody to say that these other companies can come in with less regulations. We could do so much better. There's so much more we could do if we didn't have the regulations, just like they don't have the regulations. People say that we can't surge price, so we haven't been surge pricing. Well, we could surge price. We have never done anything like that for a couple of reasons. Number one, we don't think it's fair, but we've not turned on that technology because it's not legal for us to do it. You've not seen it in an app that we have because we're not allowed to. Okay, we can do all that stuff. I hear that there's barriers to entry. You know, the process of getting a permit, a driver can come and see me in the office. I can give them some papers. They go out. By that afternoon, they're completely legal. They've got their permits. They got everything. It's not a difficult process. There's a little bit of money involved, but if there's anything that's worth doing, you need to have a little investment, have a little skin in the game. If you're not serious about it, you just want to play around, sure, you don't want to have nothing invested. But having the city know who they are, I think Sergeant Dancy could probably give some examples of how knowing who the drivers are has helped quite a bit in protecting the citizens. Because when there's complaints, he's got a list of who the licensed drivers are. You've got hundreds of drivers with these other companies. The city don't have them on record. They don't have anything. We don't know. The question about is, what's the record of accidents and things? Who would know if there's an accident? These vehicles aren't registered. The drivers aren't registered. We don't know who they are. We don't know what's going on. There's just so much, but as it is, they do need to be brought into the law. We do need to close these loopholes. If there was anything I would like to change, lessen the regulation on the taxi cabs. We could provide so much more, so much better. We could even create a way of doing flex fleet with taxi cabs if we didn't have the regulations on it so that we do. It's something to think about. Any questions?
Don Wilkerson? Okay, thank you. Well, any final comments? Go ahead.
I think competition is great. The discussions that has been going on for the last several months about Uber, Lyft, taxi cabs, limos, I think have totally been great. And I believe competition is great. I think Lyft's president and Uber's presence is making the taxi cab organization think. But what I'm most concerned about is the level of playing field. To be frank, I probably would use Uber or Lyft or however, but what I want to make sure is people who I represent are treated fairly in this whole process. And I think the regulations that we require on taxi cabs and others allows the true accountability to make sure that everybody's treated fairly. I cannot say that about Lyft or Uber. Brother Walter talked about, hey, he goes throughout all Northeast Oklahoma City. But that's Walter. Walter's everywhere. But I'm looking to make what I want is to make sure that people who I represent has a level of true outreach. Let me back up. I want to make sure that people who I represent can access everybody's services and is treated equally. I can say taxi cabs are required. If you call them, they are required to come and pick you up. No matter where you stay, they're required. I think that same requirement should be on Lyft and Uber. Also, I believe that, hey, insurance, that's something that we probably do need to talk about, but I just want to make sure that everybody's treated fairly. I mean, I do believe in regulations. I do believe that Uber and Lyft should be regulated. I don't believe in deregulating. I believe there should be an equal playing field, that Uber and Lyft should live up to the same standards as the taxi cabs.
First of all, there's an economic theory that says regulation is a substitute for competition. As long as you have viable competitors in a market, you don't need to regulate. The regulation will become between the competing companies and organizations that are in that business. So we don't have to regulate taxi cabs any longer. Maybe at one time it was important. When they were the only game in town, we had to regulate them. But once that dynamic changed and there were alternatives, and the need to regulate the cab companies is gone. If they price themselves too high, they'll be priced out of the market. That's simple. By competition. Same thing with Uber and same thing with Lyft.
I agree with that. I think the one phrase that was said that I think is a really good phrase is regulatory framework. And I feel like so many times we want to get down in the weeds and we want to pinpoint every little thing and say this is exactly how you're supposed to do it, when those are the things that the companies should be doing. I think that the biggest issue that I heard about with Uber, there's two issues that seem to be a problem with Uber and Lyft from my perspective, and it's what the Farmers insurance agent said about that gap between turning your app on and picking somebody up, and that no insurance policy covers that. I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but that definitely needs to be fixed. I mean, there needs to be something to where that, and I don't know if it's something that we need to do or something that the companies need to do. And then the other thing is that they aren't registered with the state of Oklahoma as a business to operate in our state. I find that really strange. I don't know how they've gotten around doing that, and I think that's a big issue. And I think that the regulatory framework should be imposed on the businesses, and then the businesses are imposing what their policies and their competitive strategies onto the drivers that are operating under their company, even though they're not necessarily an actual employee. I feel like that's kind of my big idea, at least, of how we're some of the changes that probably need to be made to ours is giving a little bit less detail in how we exactly are regulating. There's so much detail in it that is going to have enforcement issues. It's going to have a lot of those things, and I think the competition is going to handle most of it. So those are my thoughts.
Anyone else?
So yes, David. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah. This is my perspective. It's a little bit different, but I think it's coming back to some of the same comments that we've heard and we've made from the council. First of all, Chief Berry's done an excellent job in analyzing this, and I appreciate all the work you've done and the staff in putting together this recommendation. I also want to thank Ms. Thompson and Mr. Jocks for their comments. You two really are in this business full time and really have a great perspective. And I appreciate you coming down, as well as all the people who have came down here to speak. It's been very helpful to me. I look at this, though, as a situation where the cab companies have an advantage currently due to the regulations, and unfortunately, I think you're asking for us to take that advantage away. And I'm just sharing from my personal experience after almost 40 years in business. When I travel, I've always used cabs, and I always will continue to use cabs. It's nothing against Lyft or Uber. It's just that, Pat, when you get to a certain age, you just don't change too easily. And
it took me a month to figure out how to answer my phone.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there are some advantages to this new share ride service, but from my standpoint, I'll only use a cab, especially when I'm going into a city that I'm not too familiar with. I get a feeling of comfort knowing that they are regulated, and I feel more comfortable or safer, however you want to say it, by using a cab. So I'd hate for you all to lose that advantage, that being the cab companies. I think there are problems currently, and we should look at some of the regulations that the cab companies have to deal with and see if we can pull some of those regulations away, as long as it doesn't jeopardize the public safety. Now, having said that, I'm a supporter of the cab company, but like we've said already, we're entering into a new era, and to see a situation where the marketplace is, in a sense, not regulating, but identifying successful businesses through ratings of both the drivers, and I think it's a great idea to rate passengers. I can just imagine some of the problems some passengers create for cab drivers, and to have the ability to rate that person and say, you're better off just to avoid them. If our profession could somehow provide a rating system for clients to where we would know, hey, that group right there is going to cause you trouble, it would save us a lot of challenge. And, you know, speaking of our profession, a part of our profession deals with preparation of income tax returns. Anybody can prepare them. We self-regulate through the Oklahoma Society of CPAs, the American Institute of CPAs. We welcome that registration, that regulation, because we recognize they hold ourselves up to a higher standard. We take that out to the public. Our fees are higher than just some preparer that has not gone through the training we do. I look upon the cab company similarly, and I think you want to retain that distinction. If there are issues that you know really need to be addressed on Uber or Lyft, then we need to look at that. But if the regulations, for example, like the city of Tulsa is looking at, are appropriate or satisfactory, I think that's where we should lean towards. And I would just recommend, you can do whatever you want to, but that the cab companies really promote the fact that you are regulated. And I would suspect, just in talking with other business people, you're not going to see a loss of business from the business community. They're comfortable with the structure that you have in place, and I think you'll continue to get the business community supporting cab companies. Let these share ride companies enter into a new approach to providing this service. I think there's some advantages that they can offer if their rates are lower than cab companies, especially people who truly depend on these types of services that are not are in a low income level. So I'm leaning towards not going through with the recommendations as far as these regulations to bring these share rides up closer in compliance with the cab companies. And I would just suggest that the cab companies use that as an advantage to really distinguish yourselves. I think you've got so much to gain. Now, again, I'm not saying that all these regulations are necessary, and they probably are problematic, and let's look at those. But to try to bring Uber and Lyft up to the same level as you are, I think you're actually hurting yourself just from a public perception standpoint, and I would encourage you to maintain that high level of quality that you've earned over the years in the service that you provide. And I would encourage us, because we are always tempted to do this, not to play the parent, not to get involved in issues where free enterprise, the participants of free enterprise can compete against each other. Thank you.
So one question for David, and I guess everyone is 2 weeks enough time to digest all this, process amendments, the Tulsa model that you mentioned, or do we? So that would 2 weeks from now would be our next meeting. So I guess the question is that enough time, or do we want?
During that 2-week period, Mr. Vice Mayor, would the staff be modifying the regulations based on what they heard here today, or are they satisfied with the way they are?
You know, we'd like some direction from council. I'm not hearing consensus on what you want done, and
right.
so we'd love to get that, and we'd be happy to modify that based upon what you tell us to do. But
if you find out, let me know.
Okay, well.
Well, I think procedurally, even if we get to 2 weeks and we're back here again and we're not happy, we can always defer it again, right? We don't have to make that decision right now if 2 weeks is enough. But
Mayor, I'd ask Francis when the deadline is on the next SIRE docketing if we do bring amendments forward.
Well, when the ordinance was introduced, the final hearing was already set for September 9th, so that cannot be changed. Now, you can put it on to request it to be deferred to a certain date on the 9th.
Okay.
But the deadline's a week from today to answer.
A week from today. Okay. Thank you.
Well, I certainly would, at a minimum, have amendments that I'd like considered. What would be the deadline for that?
We've got some procedural issues here. You know, it's difficult for us for one councilman to submit I'm looking for some type of consensus to. Well, we're happy to change the ordinance. We just don't know what to change it to, and so.
Why don't we? I mean, I seem to hear people think that it's a good idea just to deregulate everything. Let's just have that up and down vote on that too.
You'd have to send that back to the Transportation and Traffic Commission.
I agree with what John says about this level playing field. I don't think it's right to treat Uber and Lyft somehow specially because they're in the same business, and no matter what they say, they're in the same business. So if we think no regulation is necessary, we ought to just get rid of it. I think we need to. That's my view. I'm going to vote for this ordinance because I think it's unfair to the cab companies not to vote for it. But if we want to have a simultaneous vote or at one after the other that says we're going to deregulate everything, well then let's do it.
You could have a middle ground where you deregulate one provision.
What?
I mean, you don't have to have complete deregulation.
We could deregulate the prices.
Well, no, I mean it's what I'm hearing. We're saying that now that we have this competition, we don't need regulation.
That's a price.
I disagree that regulation has to do with competition solely. I think regulation has to do with the quality of service. I think it has to do with public safety. I think it has to do with lots of things.
You're talking about two different things.
Regulation. I'm always talking. As far as you're concerned, Pat, I'm always talking about two.
Yeah, but not since you got a beard. You look like Abraham. You look like Abraham Lincoln, with old Lincoln. The competition aspect is in price. I think the city still must retain its rights to ensure the safety of our citizens, and that would be inspection of the cab somehow. So it would not be a total deregulation. It would be a deregulation of price, and that would allow the cab companies to put in surge pricing or time of night. You know, in New York City, for instance, the cab drivers are allowed to put a 50-cent surcharge if they come to work after 6 o'clock because there were no cabs available. That solved that problem. So I think if we deregulate the price, we're okay. We need to retain the rights and the authority to, when they're inspect the cabs, make sure they're clean, they're mechanically fit.
My point is they ought to have the same insurance requirements. They ought to have the same parking space requirements. And I don't know how you do that without just saying, I mean, obviously the Uber Lyft insurance requirements don't work. I mean, it's not real insurance in the same sense that we require the cab companies to do. So we either just say, you take your chances, or we don't. I mean,
we
regulation
fail in our duty to
regulation is about, in large measure, in this case, it's about public safety. And if we're going to say that one kind of a transportation doesn't have to have insurance that means anything, then we got to say the other side doesn't do it.
You know, nobody suggested we deregulate the insurance issue. That was not suggested by any of them. The complaint the cab company had was deregulation of pricing. Because
actually, my hearing is relatively defective, but it's not that defective.
Well,
there has been comments that says deregulate everything. Now,
but they were concerned about the ability to change their rates at will. Because I heard Pam talk about that. And that was one aspect. I think the city has there's no role in that anymore. The minute we had a second choice, the citizens had a second choice, whether it was another cab company or the models that we're looking at today, then the price regulation became unnecessary.
I think what staff is asking for then, are there things that we could put together to do that? So that we'd give them some directions, what to bring back.
Maybe we need a council workshop.
I think it's simple. I think we either regulate them both the same or we don't regulate them at all. I think it's simple to me.
At that point, I think that y'all are stepping away from our prime responsibility, and that is to protect the safety of our citizens. So I think we need to retain the right to make sure they're driving safe vehicles and their drivers are qualified.
So does that apply to?
I think I agree with Pete, sort of agree with Pete, that it ought to be across the board. You got to be the same.
So go ahead.
Well, one option would be, I'm hearing a lot of different things out here, and I heard some of the things Pete said. I'm hearing deregulation, not deregulation, partial deregulation. Councilman Ryan, we've got an ordinance that's out there that if you would like to submit an amendment to that says we're going to deregulate the rate portion of it, then we can put that amendment on for 2 weeks if you'd like. If Councilman Griner would like to put it on that totally deregulates it, we can put that amendment on also at that point in time. I mean, there's different things.
I didn't actually recommend that as the actual option. I said that was the very least of what we should do in response to the OCPA guy.
I would suggest we take out the price regulation that is applicable to taxi cabs.
If you would like to propose that, we would be happy to drop that language and put it on for the...
I just proposed it.
What's that?
I just proposed it. Take out the regulation aspect of taxi cab companies that has to do with pricing.
Okay, so we'll leave the ordinance as is, and that'll be on the agenda, and then we'll have an amendment proposed by Councilman Ryan that takes out the pricing provisions for taxi cabs. Okay, we can do that.
So then we'll move it forward, which it sounds like we're obligated to do. Everybody will submit proposed amendments to the city manager over the next 2 weeks if there's a pattern, or if we want it, and then if one gets adopted, we can strike or add to it on September 9th. But we have to move this particular ordinance forward to September 9th.
And did I hear right that we have to vote yes or no on the ordinance?
You can defer
next time, but we can defer it. There is no deadline that we have to.
Or you can add an amendment.
All right.
I am curious. I think there's a provision that if a vehicle gets in an accident, it has to report that within 24 hours to the inspector. And I don't think any other city or state does that. And I don't like to be an outlier sometimes. So I'd be curious. Right. So I'd be curious why that provision's in there. Certainly the sexual orientation needs to be added, in my opinion, and the physical exam and the letter from the physician, among potential others. But we'll all just submit those over the next couple of weeks. Is there a motion to move?
Let me ask you a question, Ed.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? In other words, we have a period of time, Jim, where if I have a particular issue with this regulation right here, I can say I would like this particular regulation either stricken or changed. And so we have time to do that. We don't have to do that today from the horseshoe.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. What I anticipate would we have a list of amendments that will have different sponsors for those different amendments.
Well, then I move we put the vote off till September 9th.
So you're moving to move it forward to September 9th to move the process forward. Is there a second?
Well, this is just a public hearing.
Okay. But we take a vote to move it forward? Okay.
Mayor, if I could, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Empty.
Go ahead and vote.
Yep.
If I could, please, I was just wanting Francis to re-clarify our deadlines for these amendments that will be coming in terms of getting them submitted for the next council meeting.
Right. The normal deadline is next Tuesday at 5 o'clock, and however, remember, Monday is a holiday. If council could have the amendments to the city manager's office by next Tuesday at 5.
Well, we're going to have some time to drop the language. I mean, it's going to have to be this week. You're going to have to just get it to us.
By Friday.
Well, yeah, I mean, from a practical standpoint, for us to get from an idea that you have into a document a legal document that can go forward will need a little bit of time.
Well, the council's idea-oriented. You do the order. You put it any wording you want.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? We're voting to move it forward to September 9th.
Another question.
Okay, go ahead.
If we change what's before us in a substantive way, does that have to go back to the Traffic Commission?
Traffic Commission is a recommending body on this. I don't know if there's an absolute answer on that, Councilman. It's one of those things that sometimes when we get we do change recommendations. You go against recommendations of folks that come back in. But that would be an option that the council would have, would be if there were major changes to put it back to the Traffic Commission. That is an option. Kenny?
I need to look at the code. I can go get the code book and have an answer to you. Yeah.
Well, Jim, let me ask this, just so I'm clear. What Councilman Ryan was talking about was eliminating regulation of fares.
Yes.
That, to me, is a rather substantive change to what we have right now.
Yes.
What I'm talking about is a very simple thing, like the company has to register in the state to provide service. Do we have to take Councilman Ryan's proposal back to the Traffic Commission, or can we do that on our own?
Kenny's going to check on that.
I think that's the basic question I have. Thank you.
I have one final question. How much of the council has seen the Tulsa ordinance and considered that ordinance?
David asked that we provide that to everyone, so we'll do that.
I've not seen it. And I would also like to request copies of any documents that were submitted to us today, if possible.
Okay.
Staff is making a
Yes.
copy
Yeah.
for all of you.
That's fine. Tomorrow's fine.
Okay. All right. We ready to vote? Okay. Motion in a second. Very good. Okay. Thanks.
It's quicker than I thought. It's quicker than I thought. Well, I got my 11 o'clock meeting, my 12 o'clock meeting, and 1:15 meeting.
I hope I missed my one.
I just want to.
Well, yeah, I'm not big on fairness. I think this instance, we don't have to worry about this. But I think they ought to have the same requirements for insurance. Insurance is a key issue because we are looking for the safety. Because I don't care whether they wreck their cars, if they get killed, if the passenger, well, he's the victim. I don't know. Pete and I will discuss it later.
The council agenda, and Doug Dowler is here to talk about a name change for our transport service.
Yeah, this ordinance is very cosmetic. It's just simply changing the name from Total Care to IMSA Care in our ordinance to match up with the name change that IMSA has enacted. So, very minor change.
All right, and
No
we're
change
just
in the program.
introducing it today. There'll be a public hearing on this September 9th. Final adoption is currently scheduled for September 23rd, so if anyone has an opinion on this, September 9th would be the time to show up at a council meeting. I heard a motion and a second, and it passed unanimously to be moved forward. Public hearing on September 9th. Item 8J is another item that's being introduced today, and Doug Cupper is here to tell us about both J and K.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'll try to be brief today. As our usage of the Will Rogers facilities goes up in popularity with the investments that the city made in improving the facilities, the staff has requested that we take some actions before you to try to firm up how we do business. One of those historic things that we haven't allowed in parks is glass containers. We've discovered that we are limiting some of our users in the realm of not being able to bring refreshments in glass containers. We think it's a good idea that in a controlled environment under special events and rental agreements that we allow glass containers. The second item that we are looking at is the Will Rogers Conservatory has never had a cleanup deposit. It wasn't part of the original ordinance. So as people have used the Will Rogers facilities, they just leave it. They have a party, they leave a mess. It can be a matter of a couple hours to 6 hours of cleanup that our staff is obligated to get it ready for the next day's use. And in most cases, that is on overtime, and it causes us some complications. So we are recommending that a cleanup deposit be implemented. And as I said, the popularity is getting to be a high point. We think the value of that facility after it was remodeled, extensively remodeled, requires us to ask that you allow us to increase the cost of the rental of the Will Rogers Conservatory. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. The specific nature is in your documents. Be happy to answer any questions.
So we're trying to recover costs.
That is the bottom line, yes, sir.
All right, so that item is being introduced today. Public hearing on that item set for September 9th. We currently are scheduled to vote on September 23rd. And Doug, you'll move on to item K.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item K is our fish and game recommendations for changes to our ordinances that regulates our close-to-home fishing lakes, as well as the types of fish and the numbers of fish and things along those lines. Again, it's some housekeeping. We're taking the Oklahoma River off the close-to-home. It's hard to control where the fish go in that environment, things along those lines. Also, the size of boats on our close-to-home. Doesn't make sense to put a 150 horsepower bass boat on Kitchen Lake, that sort of thing. So it's primarily housekeeping and number of fish that can be caught, size of fish. Again, we're just entering it in as a suggestion for this week.
All right, and again, that item is also set for a public hearing on September 9th with final adoption on September 23rd. We need to take these separately, though. How about a motion on item 8J to move it forward? Second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then item 8K to move that one forward. Cast your votes. Thank you. Doug, thank you. On to item 8L. It's a public hearing regarding dilapidated structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 8L? All right, how about a motion to move these forward?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8M is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under 8M?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may, item number C, can you all show the pictures? I want to make sure I...
Okay. Item 8M1C.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
For approval.
Council ready to vote to move these forward? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 8N is a public hearing today, and this has gone through the Neighborhood Conservation Committee. Ian is here to answer questions from the council. Do we need further explanation, Jim? Ian, you want to give us a summary of what we're voting on here?
Just a quick summary. Public hearing on a loan, Section 108 loan provided to the 21C Hotel. It's the final hearing from the City Council. It's part of the final process for the process by the Housing Community Development through federal government, as well as part of the negotiated deal with the developer that was done previously this year and earlier last year.
This is a public hearing. Did anyone show up today hoping to speak on this item? Okay, comments from council?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Describe the characteristics of the 108 loan they're getting.
Sure. It's a $6.9 million loan. Actually,
Interest rate.
Interest rate, so it's 1.5%.
Does that money come directly from the government?
Yes.
Is it intended for any specific purpose? There's no problem with loaning money to build a hotel, luxury hotel, as opposed to...
Correct. In fact, it's very appropriate for this project because it's a rehabilitation product, and it's based off of CDBG funds.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Is it, I mean, that's the best use of CDBG funds, is a hotel, which we've already committed many millions of dollars to through TIF financing, loans, and grants. And so now we're going to give an additional $7 million.
It was determined that this was a unique economic development project that was appropriate for the use of the funds, considering this is a loan backed by CDBG funds, not a direct allocation of our funding. So we're able to secure financing.
I understand it may fall under the guidelines, but is it the best use of $7 million is to give it to some developers with pretty deep pockets, both nationally and locally, who've already been given many, many millions of dollars? Is that the best use of that $7 million?
Based on the job creation potential, which is very much tied to the loan, the economic impact based on sales and hotel tax, as well as property tax that's generated locally, as well as to the state, and the anticipated spin-off catalytic effect for its part of downtown, the staff determined that it was an appropriate use for these funds.
What's in second, third, and fourth place? What alternative economic development project could we use those funds for?
There are a number of different alternatives. The way these loans are evaluated is by request. So it's not a pool of funds necessarily available. I mean, it is, but the process to be used is an application by a developer for the use of the funds, as opposed to, say, a request for proposals for the use of the funds. So there are no necessarily competing projects for the amount. And the amount isn't a set amount. It's based on an evaluation of the pro forma. So it could be $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, what have you. The number is based on the request by the developer, how that would fit to the pro forma, and then how the city would be collateralized on the loan.
I mean, do you feel like these particular developers would have trouble going to a bank and getting financing for this project?
Yes. Well, there is conventional financing as part of this project, but this deal, in terms of the building, its location, and the proposed use, actually does fit very well with the amount and different types of funding they have tried to secure. It is not something that we think would be 100% conventionally financed or traditionally financed by a bank. That the
well, we're already past that point, right? Because we've already given them many millions. We've already given them a multi-million-dollar loan. We've already given them a multi-million-dollar grant. So we're already past traditional financing. Do you think that they could go to a bank and get financing for the rest, for the millions that we haven't given them yet?
Based on my experience, it would be very difficult. And so, no.
See, the problem is the pro forma. I mean, they've got, first of all, there's $2 million of grant allocation from the TIF. It's $2 million. Which one of the things that TIF has been doing more and more of is loans. And so there's a TIF loan allocation that's in there with a rate of return on that. And then there's this loan, and then there's the rest of the money that goes into it that's loaned at a much higher interest rate. So the cost of the interest and the pro forma is balanced out, and that's how we came up with the other numbers that came down to it on the reasonable rate of return that could be done on this type of investment.
But there's also federal and state historic tax credits, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, there is on this one. That's correct.
So, I mean, I'm thinking this is more than $20 million in taxpayer funds that are going to go into this project. Would that be, if you consider federal and state historic tax credits, TIF grant, TIF loan, and this, would that not be in the range of $25 million?
I can't remember the precise amount, but the percentage of the total project cost is relatively accurate.
So they've got about 20 million, and we need to get another 7 million.
Well, I'm inclusive of the 108 to be to your level, yes. These projects, in terms of the cost to rehab for a building like that, it's very expensive. The value generated, is not equal to the cost based on traditional measures. And, hotels often carry a certain type of use that requires certain types of financing. And all those things are taken into account. Another use from our evaluation, another use like housing or something else may not be as catalytic. We have to look at in terms of the other types of investment it will spur. There are the direct, so that's the interest and the money we'll make off of the loan, which over 20 years could be as much as $1 million. There's the indirect, but directly to the city in terms of the sales tax and the hotel tax. But then there's also the additional development that we feel that development would spur, the true economic development of West Downtown. That's an area that has always been on the fringe of redeveloping and taking advantage of the momentum of the rest of downtown. And we think this is the anchor that will serve not only to catalyze investment around that, but also maybe other areas around the Class and Western corridor.
Okay. All of that public investment is in the form of loan, except for the $2 million grant, though, correct?
The historic tax credits may not be. I'm not.
Yeah, the tax credits would be equity.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a loan. So they're given credits to sell on the market.
Right.
But the 108 loan is clearly a loan, and most of the TIF dollars were a loan.
Right.
Okay.
What is the term of those loans? The 108 loan, for instance?
It's amortized over 20 years, but the primary term for the 108 is 7 to correspond with the financing structure, so that the 1.5%, for example, goes for 7 years, and then the project will need to refinance. And then either there'll be a balloon payment to reduce the loan, or there'll be different terms negotiated.
And we'll encourage them at that time to go to a commercial bank or a lending agent rather than...
We'll be reevaluating the deal in terms of its capacity to carry private sources and private debt versus our vehicles.
Any other questions for Ian? All right. Well, this is the public hearing. Let me ask, is this the final vote? Yes. So this is a public hearing and a resolution to amend the plan. So I guess the short answer is a yes. All right. Is there anyone here hoping to speak on this item before we vote? All right. Do we have a motion? All right. Second? All right. Cast your votes. It passes 7 to 1. We're on to item 8.0, and this begins a series of revocable right-of-way permits. It's like we have about 6 or 7 of them. These will need to be voted on separately. The first is to hold the Redman Triathlon around Lake Hefner. Is there anyone here hoping to represent that issue?
Please. David Wood.
David, we'll need your name and address for the record.
6012 Marlowe Lane here in Oklahoma City.
Okay. How many years is this for the Redman Triathlon?
This will be year number 10.
Wow, it's gone quickly.
It has. Yeah. Just as a point of interest, as far as the stage for the event, we're the regional championships this year. We've just last week been awarded the national championships in 2015, and then in February we're designated as the host for the world championships in 2016. So the stage is growing ever larger for us.
Well, it's a tremendous event. I know the Water Trust is invested. They have helped with some of the infrastructure to make it easier for the swimmers to get into the water. And
you bet.
I think the water levels are probably adequate for you this year,
They are.
too. That's been a problem occasionally in the past, too.
We enjoy a unique and fabulous amount of support from the city.
You don't have to wade halfway across the lake to get into the water.
You got that right.
David, thanks for what you're doing
I
out
have
there.
a question, Your Honor.
Yeah.
May I?
Uh-huh.
David, will the reservation be open to the public during the course of...
It is. We do allow, as part of the permit, access for everyone.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Good luck.
Thank you.
How about a motion?
I move it,
We're voting on item 801. Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 802 is a request from the Plaza District Association to hold the Plaza District Festival. Is there a representative from the Plaza District here today? All right, how about a motion?
Move the item.
We're voting on item 802. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 803 is a request from Shopgood to hold the Mustache Bash September 18th on Northwest 9th and Broadway. Is there a representative from this effort? Audrey Falk? Like we wore Audrey out.
Your Honor, I have a quick question. What the benefit of this is an organization called Recharge? What is that?
On item 803?
803.
Yeah, I haven't pulled the, are you looking at the further documentation? I don't see the word recharge on 803.
Maybe my glasses are bad. Remerge, I'm sorry. I had the wrong glasses.
Okay.
It's on the bottom of the second paragraph, the last one word sentence out there. Remerge.
Mayor and Council, Josh Ryan with Special Events. I'm sorry, I don't have the details on that. It's a local nonprofit each year that they partner with and work to do some fundraising for them as a part of the event.
Josh, do you know what they do?
No, sir, I don't.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
All right, how about a motion on item 803? Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 804 is a request from Old Capitol Hill to hold the Fiestas de las Americas, and Donna Cervantes has signed up to speak. But she's not here. So how about a motion? Okay. Jorge Fernandez? They were here earlier, and in absentia will, I assume, approve their request. Is there a motion and a second? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 805 is a request from the Farmers Help Point to hold the Robert Brady Memorial 5K Run. This run would take place in Ward 8. And Aaron Campbell signed up to speak. Okay, but had other things to do. How about a motion?
Well, in abyss ignorance, I'll vote. I move the item.
Okay. Cast your votes. It passes unanimously. Item 8P is a couple of revocable permits. Item 8P1 is Friends of Multisport to hold the Redman Triathlon and Half Triathlon. And this is, I guess, an accompanying issue along with the resolution we've already passed to allow them to hold the events. How about a motion?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. It passes unanimously.
Mayor, I've been advised that it's Reemerge, and it's a women's women's diversionary prison program.
Women's what? Diversionary what?
Prison program.
Prison program.
All right, item 8P2 is a Friends of Multisport, Inc. to hold the event in Ward 8. How about a motion on this one?
Move the item.
Okay, cast your votes. And it passes unanimously as well. Item 8Q is an opportunity for the council to approve the Emergency Physicians Foundation Medical Control Board. Dr. Goodloe is here. Good to see you, Doctor. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to see some of our Oklahoma City firefighters honored this morning. They, with 4,000 of their colleagues, comprise our EMS system for metropolitan Oklahoma City and Tulsa. As a native of Oklahoma City, spending over half my life in this city, I can tell you it's very exciting to hear of the many dynamic plans and deliberations that we've just heard this morning, let alone the issues that you deal with on an ongoing basis. And so certainly throughout many of those, the concept of public safety has been noted again and again, and certainly one of the things that we all enjoy in this community is public safety provided by our emergency medical services system. So I am here to report on the general well health of the system. We have particularly well-functioning dispatchers, EMTs, paramedics, and those who support them in the system. And today I specifically represent the 11 physicians that comprise the Medical Control Board and the individuals in my office and seek your approval for our operational year budget. Of note, these are monies that are not additionally encumbered from anything that has already been approved. These are monies that are already part of your city's fire department budget and part of IMSA's budget and have been approved accordingly by the leaders of those organizations. Specifically for the City of Oklahoma City, the budget for this next year entails less than $4,000 more for medical oversight of all the activities of the Oklahoma City Fire Department, and for IMSA less than $3,000 more to deal with all of that. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but in the sake of brevity, I'll let those comments stand for my report this year.
All right, well, we appreciate your
Curiosity
work.
question, Your Honor. What is the American Airlines medical oversight?
Yes, our latest addition to our EMS system, you may or may not be aware, the largest commercial aviation maintenance and engineering plant in the world is actually located in Tulsa, next to the airport, operated by American Airlines. They employ several thousand people, and among those several thousand mechanics and engineers, they have a volunteer group of about 80 individuals that seek to provide medical response within that facility. They do a lot of in-house training, and they've had an occupational medicine medical director the last few years. They have been working with us to actually get their medical oversight through the Medical Control Board as a more formal part of our system. And so we have entered into an agreement with them to provide those services, and you see some revenue that we're able to bring in doing that, which actually comes then at a cost savings to the cities and IMSA for providing oversight.
All right. How about a motion to accept?
Yeah.
Is there a second? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Doctor. Item 8R is the lease on the paintball facility that the council approved the zoning change for earlier today, and this has been through the River Trust. How about a motion? Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8S is an item that's going to be introduced by Chief City today, and this would provide some minor changes to some police policy. Chief?
Right. This change basically is just cosmetic for the most part. It's actually changes the indexing, changes a lot of things about our procedural manual. It actually reduced our manual by about 192 pages, which is significant. 70 of those pages will be removed and put on a different electronic format so that the officers can access it. So most of our policy procedure manual is electronic anyway. We only print maybe 10 copies, but it does reduce that and make it easier for officers and everybody else to follow. So, and we'll make sure Ms. Kersey gets a copy of that like she demands.
Move the item.
Okay, we're voting on item 8S. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. And item 8T is another item coming to us from Chief City.
Well, this is basically a change in the policy procedure. Right now, our policy 556 addresses rules and regulations for the use of city equipment. The gap in there is that we do have some lease cars. Some of our task force, like with the FBI, the officers use lease cars, and that policy did not cover them. So we've included lease vehicles also, along with city vehicles in that policy. It also includes 55620, which includes the equipment that's stored in there, the rules and regulations on how that equipment's stored for lease vehicles as well as city vehicles.
All right, how about a motion?
Item. Second.
We're voting on item 8T. Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8U, V, and W are all salary continuations. I understand we do not need executive session on any of these items.
That's correct.
We will have to vote on them separately, though. How about a motion on 8U?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8V, a motion?
Second.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8W, a motion?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. Item 8X. Y, and Z. I understand we do not need executive session, but again, we'll have to vote on them separately.
That's correct.
How about item 8X? Motion?
Second.
Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8Y, a motion? Second.
Second.
Cast your votes. Passed unanimously. And item 8Z, a motion?
Second.
Cast your votes, and it passed unanimously. Item 8AA. Do we need executive session on this item?
Yes, we do, but I promise we'll be short.
Okay. How about a motion on AA to move us into executive session? Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 8AB, understand we do not need executive session, so a motion to strike would be in order.
Strike.
Cast your votes. That item is struck from the agenda. Item AC is claims recommended for denial. Is there anyone here wishing to speak on any item listed? Yes, sir. Come on up. Thank you for your patience today.
That's fine. Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Stan Vickery. I reside at 8000 Northwest 131st Circle in Ward 8. I'm here to discuss a damage claim which I submitted back in April to some water damage, and it's on the agenda today and recommended for denial. On Sunday, February the 9th, in my neighbor's yard, a major, big-time water main broke. And because of the way our neighborhood is landscaped, the slope pushed the bulk of that water onto my property. It surrounded my house on three sides. It ran from 4 to 6 inches deep for over 3 hours before they could finally get it shut off. The fire department came out. They tried to help. They tried to put canvas around the house to keep it from coming in there and all, but it was to no avail. So damage-wise, at least 1/3 of my backyard was absolutely and totally washed away, which required truckloads of hauling off mud, resod, damage repair, and all of that. There is a pool in the yard which was filled up with mud, debris, and all that. I had to get a professional pool outfit here in town to come clean it, and then had to work on the chemicals in the water to get all the bacteria and all that out. There was some mechanical equipment on the outside of the house that had some damage that had to be repaired. Water got into the house, filled up my vent system, ruined some carpet, things like that, a considerable amount of damage. Now, I took care of all that through my insurance company. They took care of everything there except the deductible that I have to pay, but the insurance company will not cover anything outside of the house. About the time the water finally got shut off, in the heat of the battle, there appeared at my door a representative from the water company, and he gave me a piece of paper with a phone number, and he said, "Here, call this number, get your claim form, fill it out, and, quote, we'll pay for all your damages." And so I did call the number, I got the form, and when all the work was completed, I did submit the form, and that was in April. And then I received a notice early this month, saying that my claim was going to be recommended for denial because they had no prior warning of a problem. And something in the code indicates that if they don't have a prior warning, then the city isn't liable. So I'm just here to request the council consider the circumstances, the amount of water flow that was enormous, the time it took to get the thing shut off, and ask you to override the recommendation of denial and approve my claim. Thank you.
Do you know the name of the water employee who
I absolutely do not. It was, like I say,
Okay.
It was in the middle of the thing. My wife and I were down on our knees with water vacs trying to get it out, and I didn't have time to ask him his name. I just got the
understand.
little form that he
would
gave
just
me.
kinda help us
He was in the water
these
company
problems.
truck. He gave it out to several in the neighborhood.
Let's check with legal and see what our options are. Tina?
In order for us to be liable for this claim, we would have to have some kind of a notification prior to this event that there was a problem with that main. There's nothing, no confirmed notifications of problems on that line segment, checking back for 5 years. It's similar to a sewer backup in that we need to have some kind of a notice in advance. There's no way for the city to anticipate that the main's about to break. So we couldn't have prevented it, and we're not liable for it after the fact.
Is this in the city right away? Is this
They would
under
all-
the street?
I'm not sure where it was. actually.
Neighbor's yard? Where was the break? Do you know?
The break was in my neighbor's yard right up on the back of the property line to an entranceway that comes in. There's an entranceway that comes into the community, and her back fence and my back fence back up to that entranceway, and it was right there.
And it didn't seem to be caused by any unusual occurrence, perhaps?
I don't know of any unusual occurrence or anything. There's nothing changed or anything there, except I don't know how long, a year or so ago, they did repave the road and turned it into a 4-lane where it used to be a 2. That's the only activity that's occurred there. The fence around the property is a brick fence, and the city had to tear the fence down, a big hole in it, to repair the damage that was there at the line.
Have your neighbors been applying for similar type of help from the city?
One neighbor did apply for similar help, and she was awarded, I think she told me, 50% of what she asked for, because she was told that since they had to have equipment in her yard, then that would qualify her for something, but she got 50% of what she asked for. It was only that because they had indicated to her they were not liable for anything within so many feet of the easement.
I'm aware of what that was. The city, in making the repairs there, the equipment got outside of the utility easement. She had to do there was some sodding that needed to be done. We settled with her, and you approved a settlement to pay for the portion of the sodding that was outside the easement.
Because we damaged it.
Because we damaged it, and it was outside of the easement, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems like not a symbolic difference to me. I can't speak for the entire council and how we're about to vote, but I suspect we're going to have to follow legal's advice, because state law does not give the council discretion on whether or not we can pay this claim due to what they told you about having to have a prior notice. Now, logic would tell you, how would anyone have given a prior notice on some unforeseen event like this? Nonetheless, state law is state law. I'm open to council suggestions or a motion otherwise, but I suspect, based on past results, that we will leave this on the agenda and vote it with the other claims recommended for denial.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there a motion on the docket?
There's someone else signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone else here to speak on this issue? No, on another. Yeah, come on up. If it's on the claims recommended for denial. Okay.
My name is Chris Cavanaugh, and I live at 3001 Lansdowne Lane. My wife is Jerry Cavanaugh, who's listed on number C. And I strongly hesitate to take up the City Council's time with this matter, but frankly, this is the first opportunity that I've had to engage in any kind of dialogue with the city at all about this. What happened is that about 15 months ago, the city, a crew showed up at my house, and they said that they needed access to the easement behind my property to do some sewer repair work, and I gave them access, and they went back and repaired the sewer. And I wasn't there I didn't watch them do the work, but when I came home later, I found that they'd left a lot of piles of dirt unaddressed, and that sat that way for a good week or so, and I called and asked about it, and finally somebody came out and kind of cleaned that up. And then some more time passed, and actually another crew showed up after the first crew had come up and cleaned up everything. Another crew showed up, and they didn't know that another crew had been there to clean up. And so, but anyway, some time passed, and then I turned on my sprinkler system. It had been wet, and there had been no use for the sprinkler system, but I turned on the sprinkler system, and that's when I realized that sometime during the work, during the cleanup, they'd completely crushed the sprinkler system in my backyard where the equipment had driven over it. So I contacted the city, and what I was expecting was that someone would just, come out and look at the damage, and we could engage in some kind of dialogue. But instead, they listened, and they said, what you need to do is get a contractor and get an estimate, and then submit your estimate with a claim. And I did that, and then there was total silence for quite a while, and then I was notified last month that that not only was a claim denied, but that a hearing had already occurred. I was told after the claim had been denied and after the docket about the hearing, and they even cite that in their letter this time around, that they'd failed to notify us about the July docket. But nevertheless, when I showed up today, I was really kind of shocked to find out that I'd be standing before all of you. I was kind of hoping I would be shuffled off into a corner with a hearing officer to discuss this. But now that I'm here, maybe this will shed some light on a broader problem, which is just the total lack of dialogue here.
It does seem like there's been a breakdown in communication on this issue. Which is not typical, I might add. Yeah, Tina, what can you add to this?
I could say the reason that this was docketed before without notice to him was that there was a secretary out of town and there was somebody dropped the ball in sending out the letters to everybody in the denial docket. When we realized what had happened, we contacted everyone, told them that it had been voted on for denial, but if they would like to have a hearing in front of City Council to let us know, we would redocket it. There were 2 claims on today from that same docket. There's this one, and it might have been the gentleman who was just here.
Okay.
But yeah, that was just an error.
What about his request for payment? Why is this claim denied?
The information that we've received from water utilities is that they were doing I think they replaced a segment of the main through there. They did all of their work within the utility easement. We asked that specific question. If in the course of doing the work, the sprinkler system is impacted by our reasonable repair efforts, then we are not liable to repair that. If you put something in your easement that might be hurt in the course of our exercising our easement rights to fix the utilities, then that's sort of the risk you run.
Well, I mean, they have to go across my backyard to get to the easement. And perhaps the most outrageous part of this was that they claimed in this letter, one of the last paragraphs that in the letter says that they sort of admit that they damaged my sprinkler system, but that they repaired it. And they had no access to my house to turn on the sprinkler system to see if any repairs had been effective. So
is the damage in the easement, or is it on your property?
It's across my backyard where they drove equipment across my backyard
it sounds like
to
we have
get
a
to the
disagreement on the facts.
That was not our understanding. I think
that was not in the claim that was submitted by
Why don't we
claimant.
hold this item and defer it and allow staff to look at it and see where the break occurred?
If we'll defer that for a couple of weeks, we'll check.
I think if we are responsible, we want you to be paid, if we have the discretion to pay you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you review it, you'll see there's no access to the easement without going across my property.
Right. I just don't think we have enough information to say one way or the other. So I would prefer we had a motion from council to pull this item and defer it.
Move the item.
Second. Okay, and should we defer it indefinitely until we have better information, or should we give another date?
I think we got to have some dates certain.
Oh, but how about a month, 4 weeks?
4 weeks. Because otherwise we'll run into some habits of nothing.
Okay, so the 23rd of September is when we'll review it again. You don't need to come back down here unless you just want to. But if you'll work with city staff and kind of help them, get them the information they request, there's a chance that we'd be able to pay your claim.
And Tina can get with you and get her card and contact information so you can work with Tina on that.
All right.
And what's going to happen is if we verify, as the claimant says today, that it was outside the easement, we'll just bring it back as recommended for payment.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so did I get a motion to defer this 4 weeks? Yeah. Okay, cast your votes on the deferment. That item is deferred 4 weeks. And then we'll need a motion to vote on the rest of the claims recommended for denial.
Second.
Cast your votes, and those claims are denied. We're on to item 9. This is claims recommended for approval. Is there anyone here hoping to speak under any item listed under item 9? All right, how about a motion?
Move the items.
Cast your votes. It passed unanimously. Item 10 is items from council. James, you have anything? Ed? Larry? Pete?
You haven't voted, you need to go do it.
I'm sorry, what?
Voted yet today, you need to go do it.
Actually, I voted during my hour and a half recess.
Right.
So I used my time wisely. I had a feeling you might be a while. David?
Your Honor, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to participate as well as Councilman Ryan in the emergency training that we had 2 weeks ago. It was very interesting and very encouraging to see how the city staff is already prepared, and this just made him even more prepared. And there was a lot of compliments about Oklahoma City's preparedness by the instructors from FEMA, and they really looked to us as a great example of how cities can prepare for disasters. And it's not just tornadoes we have to worry about anymore. So, not that I'm saying anything, but...
I understand. I did hear it was a worthwhile experience. Thanks for attending. John?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Chief City and the police department. For those who don't know, on last week, Chief City and a group of officers arrested an officer for sexually assaulting and raping 7 African Americans who were in Ward 7. This was a unique situation, but our police department did the right thing by arresting that particular cop. So I just wanted to publicly thank again Chief City and also Assistant Manager, City Manager M.T. Berry. The woman who was raped, the rape happened in my neighborhood. They could have easily been my mother. So again, I just want to say thank you to the police department for doing the right thing. Not all police officers are bad. So I just wanted to make that public statement.
All right. Pat?
Just a brief second to what David said. I was really impressed by the professionalism and the quality of the work done by the Oklahoma City people who were there. It's a good news, bad news story. The good news is we're prepared because we have a lot of experience. Bad news is we have all this experience. But they did a great job. I think they could have done a better job teaching it than FEMA did.
All right. Thank you to both of you. And we're on to city manager reports.
And I believe Peter DeLisi has been here a long time. And so as Peter's coming up, I would ask that we push item B, the presentation on the performance report, off to a future meeting in deference to time. And then we do need to go into Finance Committee for a little bit, but we'll take most of those presentations and put them off to a later time also.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys work so hard. Thank you all so much for the work that you do, sitting through such a lengthy process as what you've gone through today. It really is amazing. And we're very lucky to have such a wonderful council working with us and our city management. It's just really something to see in action. Once again, my name is Peter DeLisi, and I'm the Director of the Arts Council of Oklahoma City. And you asked us to come back after we went before you for our revocable permit for Festival of the Arts because we were talking about our Go Green initiative. And the person who knows absolutely everything about that and the one who really put it all together is our Festival of the Arts Director, Angela Cosby. And Angela's going to have a presentation for you about that.
Well, thanks for having us here today. This should only take about 45 minutes, so I'll rush through it. I'm kidding. There's some images up on the screen here just showing a little bit about our Go Green initiative. With Festival of the Arts being Oklahoma's favorite and largest event, 750,000 visitors annually, that's a huge carbon footprint. So in 2008, community leader Cheryl Vaught brought to our attention that some of our artists were taking home recyclable items since we were unable to do it at the Arts Festival. So we knew that there was a definite need to green the event. We put together a group of community leaders to form the Go Green Committee, and we developed a 5-year plan to reduce, reuse, and recycle at Festival of the Arts. Education was at the center of the plan. We wanted to make sure that visitors coming to the Arts Festival knew what we intended to do as far as eco-friendly practices. We have signage throughout the grounds talking about what is recyclable, what is compostable. We have certain non-smoking areas. pretty much every aspect of Festival of the Arts has some sort of green initiative a part of it, such as performing arts. We do our Trash into Fashion show each year, where we partner with local high schoolers to create actual wearable works of art out of trash. We knew our biggest challenge would be the food court. With over 30 food vendors, it generated a lot of trash, and most of that trash was going directly to the landfill. They weren't even using items that were recyclable. So this year, 2014, was the first year that we required all food vendors to only use compostable items, and we worked with our grounds crew to sort through the items. And actually at Festival, there were no landfill trash receptacles. It was either a space to put recyclable items such as Ozarka water bottles and even styrofoam cups, which can be now recycled, or it was compost. And then the compost was taken to a certain sorting area where we could go through and make sure that we eliminated any contaminants. It was very successful for our first year. We had a total of 454 cubic yards of material. 22% of that was recycled cardboard. 13% was other recyclables, such as your plastic bottles and bags. 28% went to Minnick materials to turn into compost. 37% was landfill. That is a little bit higher number than we'd hoped, but we also had 2 working restaurants on the grounds, and we were responsible for all of their trash. And so there was a lot of landfill coming from the 2 working restaurants that were not a part of Festival of the Arts. The success of this initiative stems directly from the strong committee. We have OKC Beautiful represented. We have Chesapeake, Cardinal Engineers, Van Staveren Design Group. Alan Parlier is here with Closer to Earth, and Terry Craghead with Fertile Ground. So it's a tremendous group that we work with. And since its inception 6 years ago, the Go Green Plan has been acknowledged for innovation and excellence from OKC Beautiful, Keep Oklahoma Beautiful, and Keep America Beautiful. So we've received national attention for what we're doing with the Arts Festival.
Well, it's extraordinary given how many people attend to be this friendly to the environment. So our salute to your staff and to your board, Peter. Thank you very much for drawing somebody's positive attention on this issue. Any comments or questions from council? All right. Thank you very much. We're on to citizens to be heard. I'll ask comments to be kept to 3 minutes or less. Diana Winslow. Good afternoon, and thanks for your patience today and sticking with us.
My name is Diana Winslow, and I'm a professional social worker. I'm retired. I'm living here in Oklahoma City. My business address is 1330 North Classen Boulevard. I'm actually coming because I'm concerned regarding the response for the sexual assaults. I'm pleased that there was a decision made, and I'm pleased that that was addressed, but we've had a problem with our sexual assault continuum since 2006. It's been known to the public. There doesn't appear to be a method to address it. My concern is that it falls over multiple subject matter, it falls over multiple sources of funding, and it falls over multiple agencies deciding what to do. The problem is, as citizens, we're service recipients. We don't get to pick what happens when you report. The method of reporting I find to be inadequate. It doesn't match national standards for children or for adults. I really don't understand whose responsibility it is to address that. I believe that this issue probably could have been dealt with sooner. I'm very concerned looking at photographs of this gentleman that's the accused, that he has a traumatic brain injury, and that could have been assessed in a medical environment with regards to his employment at an earlier date. The photographs show back to college days, and he's got a drooping left eye. And so I'm concerned again that there are methods by which we could do things to protect the public. None of that seems to be in place. There doesn't appear to be a task force to address it. And since it starts with the city, we have to go to the city to file a report with the city police department. My original report regarding my family was in 2006, and it's never been dealt with. And so because that's true, and because I get told things like hire an attorney to deal with the problem, I don't feel like that's fair to me. I don't feel like it's fair to other people. I certainly don't know the people that were subjected to the assaults from the staff member from the city. But the reality is that until somebody makes a decision that this matters and takes that on as a task, it's not going to go back through the systems of care that it has to, but we don't have a national standard of care. There may be laws in place that are prohibiting people from acting. Some of the funding sources make it so people can't talk about one another or to one another about what they find in service systems that don't work. So there's people in an adult sexual assault continuum response that looks about 5 or 6 people from different agencies get involved to respond to a problem. But if they find a problem amongst themselves, they're not allowed to tell on each other when they see what the problem is, because the funding source limits their ability to discuss that. If you get US DOJ funding, you're required to function only in your job. You can't critique someone else. There's not an umbrella over it that addresses what the problem is. What you end up with is a delayed response. This has been going on for years. Nationally, it's been going on for about 30 years. I've been looking at this pretty closely for the last 6 or 8 months. Tiresome to the point of emails to but he's tired of hearing from me. Because it doesn't go anywhere, not because it's not a subject and he doesn't care, but there isn't a place to put the questions, and it's tiresome for people in the community, but it's tiresome for professionals because we can't help. So there's all these people that converge around a person. With children, it's as many as 9 different groups of people. Converge around the child to be helpful. And then you get tipped out because somebody else has control over where the report goes, how it gets organized. That has everything to do with funding of the police department with regards to electronic systems of organizing. You heard the chief talking today about rearranging some of the codes that he uses to respond to things and reducing them. But their electronic system doesn't match the needs. It takes 7 days to get a detective assigned to a case. If you have a child, that doesn't work. Every system supportive response is not matching national standards. The Care Center for Oklahoma City was placed on probation in 2006 because of improper response to my family. That was never discussed at the city council. That was never discussed by the police department with the community. That didn't go back to the SAG. It didn't go to the DA. I'm not allowed as a person in the public to go to any of those people. Technically, you aren't either. So I don't really know what you want us to do about this problem. It's tiresome to have the problem.
Let me interject, because
Yes,
you're bringing
sir.
up some very good points on a very serious issue. Jim, why don't I ask the staff to come up with a report that we can send to her and the rest of the council that can be distributed on the issues that she's bringing to light, and then we can have a more public conversation.
About critical pathways. There's an absence of critical pathways, but for the person who's the citizen, and that's part of why you're having to listen to me, is because there's not a place to put it. So I appreciate what you just said. And the persons that are victims don't come. This issue is not my family, but as a clinician and as a parent and as a community member in this community for a while, it's an issue that if there isn't a method to deal with the problem and we don't get assigned to somebody, in social work it's called first door is the right door. Wherever you go and you ask for help, that person's responsibility is to help you until you're helped. Law enforcement is not designed like that.
We hear you. I'm not trying to dismiss you. I'm just trying to understand. Let us gather some information, keep you in the loop, and let's see if we can't improve the situation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Michael Hinton.
Thank you and good afternoon, Your Honor and Counsel. I am Michael Hinton of 1729 Northwest 3rd Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. It's truly good to be in you folks' midst once again. I come here this afternoon to address a very disturbing issue that has come to my attention, that is a planned satanic black mass to be held at the Oklahoma City Civic Center on September the 21st, 2014. You may recall I appeared some time ago on Citizens to be Heard regarding a proposed satanic statue to be erected on the grounds of the state capitol. This, I have already launched a protest campaign. Your Honor and Counsel, one salient aspect of the memo regarding the black mass that I read was, and I quote, "A religious black mass will be conducted as a public event to help educate the public about religious Satanism. Enjoy the delights of the devil." I find this to be absolutely disgusting, and I'm being generous. I will be actively campaigning against this planned event in all circles that I can make contact with. I have received a reply from the office of Governor Mary Fallin, in which I quote her statement regarding this issue. It is shocking and disgusting that a group of New York City Satanists would travel all the way to Oklahoma to peddle their filth here. I pray they realize how hurtful our actions are and cancel this event. Your Honor and Counsel, I was further stunned and near speechless to learn that the individual heading up this event is a registered sex offender. I call upon you folks to do all within your power to stop this diabolical event for the sanctity of this community and our youth. It is a travesty on justice to allow our youth to be exposed to a cesspool of spiritual sewage as this, being led by a spiritual skank. It's already more than enough in the fight against the proposed satanic statue at the state capitol. Now, the planned black mass at the Civic Center raises, I think, a fair question. How much more are we as a community are going to put up with this madness running amok? I call upon all who view this council meeting to join me in the fight and stand with me. I continually appreciate the country and western music songs that come out of Nashville, Tennessee. They do send a message. If we don't stand up and stop this, it will be what country and western singer Aaron Tipton says in the lyrics of one of his songs. You've got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything. My friends, please, don't let this happen. God love you all.
Thank you, Michael. All right, we're going to recess the meeting and convene as the Finance Committee.
And we're going to truncate this and bring Doug up here we do need to refer to this to the Planning Commission. So
what we'll do is we'll distribute the 5-year plan, capital plan, so that you all have a copy of that. We also need you to officially refer the plan to the Planning Commission. They'll also be reviewing that at the same time you are. So that's what we're asking for, is formally referring it to them. And then we'll come back in a couple of weeks with some presentations that'll give you more detail about the projects that are in the plan. We've got presentations from the various departments, and we'll give you an overview of the plan at that time as well.
Okay. Okay, we're voting on item 4A then to receive the proposed capital improvement plan document. Cast your votes. That item passes. And then item 4B, I guess we just need to defer that for 2 weeks.
well, why don't we just, actually I think we approved was C, right?
He approved A.
Okay.
Okay, and now just strike
B.
Strike B and approve C.
And approve C.
Okay. How about a motion to strike B?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. That item is struck. And then how about a motion to approve item 14C?
Move the item.
Cast your votes. That item passes.
Yes.
And then we'll adjourn the Finance Committee, and we have executive session.
Yeah. Right.
And we'll be back. We have returned from executive session and we are adjourned.